Hello. Oop. Just realized I'm gonna have to turn this back up. And then it is way too loud on my end. Oh my god. How are y'all doing? Just getting a few things on my desk in order. Yo, what up, Dak? Music's pretty loud. I can turn that down a little bit. And then turn down the in-game volume a little bit. That should be better. Right about there. So that's what I was forgetting. 1 second. My what's it called? Yomitan window is not currently up. Having a dictionary is pretty important, as it turns out. There you go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure not much of this actually matters. It seems like we're just gonna kind of go, I remember the fight, because as the name of the stream would suggest, people do not do it correctly when you get it in roulettes. Because you have to press a button to not die. And they do not press the button that you need to press to not die.
シュウ、神狩りの英雄とはお前のことか？すまないが、その力を我らに貸してもらえぬだろうか。
But not much of this is is that important, I don't think. So I am going to be going back into mostly skim mode.
"楽趣味への対応についてだが、私としてはまず戦闘を回避できる道がないのかを探りたい。
As for what should we do about Lakshmi? Yeah, like to see if there's any way that we can avoid conflict here.
私にできることがあるとすれば、話し合いによってこれ以上の無益な戦いを避けることだと思うのだ。
Yeah, there's... If there's one thing, like, yeah, I think, you know, I'm good at it, or we could do reasonably here. Be avoiding conflict, solve things peacefully with, conversation.
武神ラーバナのような存在から専守防衛型の雷神ラムーといった例もある。
Yeah, even if we were to lump all of them together as idols, there's different varieties among them. You know, there are some like Ravana, yeah, it goes aggressive, but then there's also Ramu's more reasonable, defensive. You know, we need to learn more about Lakshmi. Okay, go to the north. Okay. No. Why couldn't we have Lise go and do that instead of Minago? Like, why couldn't we bring Minago with us and just leave Lise behind to be the messenger? Yeah, sorry, Minago, please, if you could tell the Liberation Army and the Eorzean Alliance about the current situation. Okay, got it. Got it. Be careful, she said. Oh my god, can you imagine doing this area without flight? Ridiculous. Absolute nightmare.
衆、美神を母に持つ我々は常に美しくあることが求められている。くれぐれも我らの信条を誇りで汚さぬようにな。
Okay, they worship beauty. Sure, they must be beautiful. I mean, I'm here for it. Except for the part where their models are pretty low res.
人の子がこれほど大勢訪れるとは珍しいこともあったものですね。もしやそなたらが
Yeah, it's rare to see so many children of men visiting us at once. Are you
ビ
perhaps
ルラ派の指導者サリーシャ様ですね。私たちは
Are you-
ア
yeah,
タックの
Sarisha,
別名
you're
という
the
組
Vira.
織に属すものです。
members of the Blood Oath is Coming
維
Dawn?
新楽趣味の召喚について聞き
We heard
及
about
び
the
まずはいか
invocation
なる
of
神なのか
Lakshmi,
を
Goddess
学
of
ぶ必要が
Beauty.
あ
It's
ろう
like
と
we need to
申し
learn more about her.
わかりました。お話ししましょう。美神、楽趣味とは我ら
Okay, I'll tell you
アナン
about
タ族の
Lakshmi,
作り
Goddess
方
of
です
Beauty, and the creator
美
of the
神はア
Ananta.
ナンタ族の創造にあたり、美の力で美しき鱗を与え、豊穣の力で女の身で子を宿す方法を与え、そして癒しの力で類いまれな生命力を与えました。
与え、豊穣の力。Huh. Okay. I didn't really need to know this. But thanks. In creating the Ananta, she bestowed upon us beautiful scales. Yeah, scales infused with beauty. Fertility, a method for, only for women to be able to have children without, the need of men. Okay. Yeah, and then and then granted them the power of healing as well.
カリアナの族長が娘の復活を願い、神おろしに手を染めた理由は、この癒しの力を期待してのことか。その点を考えると、好戦的な番神とは思えないが。
So, in search of this healing, like, did the chief of the Kalyana invoke her in search of this power of healing? In the hope that her daughter would be resurrected? Yeah, I can't see her being very aggressive or belligerent in that case then.
そう判断するのは双形よ。番神は召喚した者たちの信仰と願いを色濃く反映する。一般的な神話よりカリアナ派が考えるラクシュミ像が重要なのだ。
Bro, come on. Okay, so here's the thing. This is funny for a couple of reasons. Also, yo, what up, Pika? One, this is ridiculously blunt in the Japanese. They're basically saying, hey, did you know? Did you know? Like, they're basically just explaining it to you like you're a moron who hasn't been paying attention, but also, this completely contradicts everything that the English script has been saying about primals since the start. They just lay it out for you. This is great. Yeah, don't, we can't say that just yet. Idols, directly reflect the beliefs and wishes of the summoners. What the Kalyana believe about Lakshmi and what they want her to be is more important than her, than the myths surrounding her. We need to check the English line for that one. I'm on it. This is hilarious. That's hilarious. Because that literally just directly contradicts, well, one, that completely removes the whole thing with the like childlike titan with the little kobold whose name I can't remember because I'm really bad at remembering names. Where they translated, him just shouting Gabu, just shouting wake up, and that somehow woke up Titan. That doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Well, okay, so let's. Oh my god, man! Let me just pull up some of these because this is already just kind of funny. This is just kind of funny because of how fucking awkward the English wording is. So, this whole section is greetings and well met. We are the scions of the Seventh Dawn, and we come seeking Sarisha of the Vira. You are she, are you not? You have petitioned us for aid and succor. You keep using these words. Stop using these words. And we intend to provide them, but we would first learn more of Sri Lakshmi, that we might better understand the nature of the threat she poses to you. That isn't what he said. A simple request, one which I shall gladly oblige. In the beginning was Sri Lakshmi. We were created in her image. Daughters was their beauty. Her breath became ours. Her serenity our solace. There is not she would not give. Wait, so they censored the bit about her talking about the whole reproduction thing, even though it was weird in the Japanese. They just got rid of it. Cool. Yeah, sure, why not? Why not just get rid of people's writing? Sure, why not? 'Twas the Kwayana's broodmother's desire to bring about her daughter's resurrection which first called forth Sri Lakshmi from the void. Sri Lanka. That being the case, I rather doubt the goddess will be spoiling for a fight. Also, wait, they just entirely got rid of him talking about, like, Ravana and Ramu. That would depend. The primal's motives will have been colored by the summoner's state of mind, namely, that of a grieving mother who had just borne witness to her daughter's murder. That isn't what was actually being said. Though she apparently craved a miracle, she may have also harbored thoughts of vengeance. Moreover, the Kwalyana's conception of Sri Lakshmi may differ from that of the Vira. This isn't what she said. And also she kind of like just throws it out there, like a little bit, just like, yeah, whatever. Whereas in the Japanese, they like really hit home that this is every single idol. This is the rules. Also, they say the primal's motives will have been colored by the summoner's state of mind. Making it seem like, oh, in some really strong circumstances, they could be influenced by the people who summoned them, but like, not entirely. Instead of the Japanese being straight up, summoned entities are a reflection of the summoner explicitly. And saying, also they don't say the part about the line that they don't translate, which is the thing that is the most important about the line, is them saying that what the Kalyana believe about Lakshmi is more important than the mythology surrounding Lakshmi. More important. Juyo. Like, that it is the important thing. The English just kind of throws it out there like, it's a little bit different. It could be different. That's an additional factor. Yeah, the Banshin don't have motives of their own to begin with. Exactly. So, once again, the English removes lore and confuses things. Why change this? They changed it because they went with Primal for the translation, and they're still using Primal. It's because Koji's idea of what primals are in the setting was wrong. Like, he came up with a bunch of lore for all of these gods and deities, And the Japanese writer said, no, that's not what the lore is, guy. Here's what the lore is. We're going to write this into our script. You just name some things when we ask you to, okay, little buddy? And he goes, no, I'm gonna write it into the English. Well, that's weird. They didn't put the lore that I wrote into the script. I'll just add it into the script. And then when stuff like this happens, when they say point blank that, like, what the Kalyana believe about Lakshmi is the most important thing. He just says, moreover, the Kalyana's conception of Sri Lakshmi may differ from that of the Vira. Like, you can tell that he was wrong because he called them primals. They're just not. Right? He had this idea that these are like fundamental entities, right? That make up a foundation of the universe. Where you've got like Titan as a god of stone, where he's some sort of like primordial entity of stone. Or Leviathan is like a primordial entity of water. When that's just not the case. And very clearly not the case. So, this is them just baby step retconning all of the bullshit that they wrote in 1.0 in ARR. Because, remember, Koji Fox said, 90% of my lore creation happens in the localization process. And 90% of that lore creation is wrong. Well, 100% of his 90% is wrong. Because it's all made up. Like, this line is hilarious in the Japanese because it is blunt as fuck. This is, like, not particularly well written, to be honest. Because they are just talking directly at you, the viewer. Saying, here are the rules for Banshin. Did you remember? Pop quiz, idiot. Like, I see this line in the Japanese and I'm like, yeah, dude, I've played the game, I know. Like, I know what the rules are. I played the game. But then you see the line in English, and it's hilarious because they're trying so hard to not translate what the Japanese is saying. They're trying so hard. Right? Like, they changed it from, oh, they believe that Lakshmi can provide healing, so that might be why they invoked Lakshmi, to, actually her motivation has been changed by the summoner, so, and the motivation is a grieving mother, so maybe she's gonna be really angry. When that's just not, that isn't really what's implied. But let's see the next line. Oh, nope, that's the entire line. 明確に異なっています。明確に異なっています。Wow, they really are hitting it home. So, like, the MTL is actually right here. Says, yes, you're right. The Kalyana and Virya do have distinctly different views of the goddess of beauty. Distinctly different. No, it's not that the summoner affecting the thing, it's the summoner doesn't affect the thing. In the Japanese, they say that the entity is a reflection, a direct reflection of the perception and wishes of the summoner. It's not that they're affected as though in the English, they're making it seem as though the entity has a will of its own, and it is just, can be affected by strong desires or inclinations one way or the other. Whereas in the Japanese, they say that they are a direct reflection of it. Like, they just say straight up, these things respond to how people expect them to be and what they want. And that whole what they want thing is the most important. It's, you can't summon, they've stated explicitly over and over and over again, that in order to summon a Banshin, an idol, you need to have a concrete, specific desire. And that's the actual important part, which they ruined in the English by having Gabu just shout, wake up, and that somehow woke up Titan. when in the Japanese, the thing that Gabu wanted was to die. Like, in the Japanese, Gabu wanted to be with his parents. So Titan was summoned to get revenge on the other kobolds and then kill Gabu. Whereas in the English, he just kind of shouts, "Wake up," and that somehow wakes up Titan. Even though that isn't a request aimed at Titan whatsoever. Same thing here. They made it, Alize in the English makes it seem as though Lakshmi could be, like, influenced by the summoner being angry and then turn into a violent, warlike goddess. But the Japanese says, nope, you need a specific, direct request. And here they say, yes, the Kalyana and Virya, the two different snake people, have a distinctly different view of the goddess. The English for this one says, this is true. The Virya and Kalyana do indeed regard the Lady of Bliss in different ways. Different ways. Not distinctly different or entirely different, just different.
美神は束縛を嫌い自由を好む気質を有す。故に、我ら、ウィルラ派は、自由を重んじ、たとえ犠牲を伴おうとも、解放軍と共に、帝国の支配に抗うことを決めたのです。
Yeah, to us, yeah, the goddess of beauty despises, confinement and adores freedom. As such, yeah, we, the Virya, value freedom and, yeah, have decided to resist the rule of the Imperials by fighting alongside the Liberation Army. Yeah, even if it costs us our lives.
対してカリアナ派は美神を称えるため、美を追求すべきと主張し、心を映すクリスタルの装飾具を作り、着飾ることにのみ執着しました。帝国の支配を甘んじて受け入れたのも、そのためでしょ
う。Well, this is kind of dumb. Yeah, in contrast, the Kalyana believe that in order to give praise to the goddess of beauty, they must pursue beauty above all else. Yeah, therefore they're obsessed with just the accumulation of crystals and adornments and baubles, shit like that. This might be why they so naively or meekly decided to accept imperial rule.
辛く厳しい現実から目を背け、圧力を強める帝国に抗うことなく、大切な娘すら差し出して、ただひたすらに装飾具を磨き続ける。それがカリアナ派の生き方なのです。
Yeah, they turned their eyes away from reality. They refuse to face like harsh, painful truths. And instead of resisting the empire that oppresses them more and more, yeah, they go as far as offering up their own daughters in service of, in order to continue polishing their crystals and ornaments. That's how the Kalyana choose to live. There's a lot of vitriol in this, which is not reflected in the English whatsoever. The English makes this character sound like they respect what the other one is doing. Like, this character is just saying, like, they're a bunch of fucking cowards, and everything they do is wrong and awful and dumb. The English says, to the Kalyana, however, she embodies transcendental beauty, which they strive to create through their craft. To shape crystal is less art and more ritual, a sacred duty, wherein each tribute is imbued with a fragment of the soul. The Imperials do not interfere with this holy work, and so the Kalyana were content to turn inward and ignore our plight. Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
そんな内向きで現実から逃げる者たちが神下ろしをしたら、辛い現実で傷ついた心を癒すだけの番組になるでしょうね。
Yeah, okay, this is also them explaining more about how the whole Banshin thing works. Yeah, so if people as secluded and self-centered as this were to attempt to flee reality and invoke an idol, yeah, it would be something to, yeah, heal their yeah, to like soothe their aching hearts in the face of this unbearable reality. Yeah, I don't really like soothe, but... And you could probably drop the whole heart thing as well. Like, they're talking about, like, this would be a goddess of comfort, where they're trying to run away from reality. They don't care about what's real, they just want to have things be okay. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Hold up, I don't know how to parse this. I don't know how to parse this. Guys, what do you think they were thinking with this? Until reality asserted itself, and they summoned a primal. A fever dream to soothe their aching hearts. The Japanese is describing exactly what sort of people they are, and therefore what sort of idol would be formed. It's a direct cause and cause and effect. As a reflection of the summoner. What do you mean, reality asserted itself? No, it fucking didn't. Like, you could be trying to do a little, like, this could be like a little cutesy turn of phrase trying to say, like, oh, reality became too harsh, and therefore they summoned a primal. But I don't think that that's what they mean. I think they're still trying to describe these idols as though they're some sort of fundamental fabric of reality, and entirely ignore the lines in the Japanese where they say that they're a direct reflection of the summoners. I don't get what they're going for with that. It just doesn't make sense.
これまでにたくさんの人を見てきた。何かにすがらなければ生きていけない人も。でも、それじゃあ、現実は変わらない。
Nisei, shut the fuck up. I've seen, you know, we've met I've met a whole lot of people in my life. You know, there are people who have to, you know, to hold on to some sort of hope or fantasy in order to live. But, you know, that doesn't change reality. Shut up.
そうね、リセの言う通りよ。でも、番組なら、神道をテンパードにすることで、甘い夢だけを
Risei no yutori is not a phrase that should ever be said. Like, ah, yeah, they say you're right. No, you aren't. でも、テンパードにすることで、有名だけよ。
その前に、彼女たちを止めなくちゃ。
Yeah, so what she said was, you know, but yeah, you know, if reality won't change, an idol could force their followers to become tempered and keep them in a pleasant dream for the rest of their lives. We have to stop them before that happens.
思想を意にするとはいえ、カリアナ派も同胞ではある。人の子よ、助力を頼めるだろうか?
Yeah, you know, that though we differ in our ideology, you know, the Kalyana are still our yeah, you go with like sisters, maybe, whatever. Yeah, could I ask for your help? I am done playing Mr. Nice Guy here. The bottom answer is just like, if it comes down to it, I mean, we're just gonna kill her. We're just gonna kill Nakshimi.
主、神が祈りと願いにより姿を変えるというなら、そのような偽りの神に我らはすがるつもりはない。
Again, thank you, Japanese script. The English version for that said, like, I might have to, you know, the Japanese was like, oh, you know, I you know, depending on what happens, you know, I might have to kill her, or, you know, I'll just kill her. The English version of that bottom line was, know that I'll kill your god if I have to, maybe even if I don't. Laugh track. And notice what she says here. If it's true that our god changes her form in accordance to our prayers and wishes, you know, prayers and desires, then we won't, you know, we have no intention of worshipping a false god. Yeah, such a false god. The English version says, do what you will, warrior. That simulacrum is not Sri Lakshmi. I'm sorry, so she's saying that, like, she already knew, and that she holds on to some, like, idealized version of the real Sri Lakshmi. Whereas in the Japanese, she's saying, if what you're saying is true, that gods change their form in direct correspondence to our wishes and beliefs, then we have no intention of worshipping a false god. They've hit home on it like 5 different times. They've said, in this conversation, they've said like 5 different fucking times, idols change to fit the summoner. They're just beating that into your face. And the English is doing everything in its power to not have to say that. Notice, like, they entirely got rid of the top line. They entirely got rid of the top line of saying, if what you say is true, and gods changed their forms in accordance with, you know, the beliefs and wishes of their summoners, then we have no intention of believing in such a false god. The English just says, we have no intention of believing in such a false god. They just cut out the actual lore part of the line.
神に祈ったって死んだ肉親は戻らない。ガブの時のような思いは二度とごめんだわ。
死んだ肉親は戻らない。It's like, yeah, even if you know, pray to a god, those who have died can't be returned. I don't want to have what happened with Gabu happen again. Also, wait, right there, they already just said that isn't a thing that you can do. The English for that says, if we do not act quickly, more lives will be lost, more families torn apart, more children made to suffer. Again, let's just be vague. Let's just be vague instead of actually describing things. Alright, let's go to the goddess view of Shibi. Okay, they're gonna guide us there. Oh, you motherfuckers. Oh, you motherfuckers. I was just talking about this! So, here's the thing. I thought I was kind of like harping on the Gabu thing, and it wasn't going to come back up, but no, it came back up. They actually did it again. They literally doubled down. These motherfuckers actually doubled down. Look, Alfino says directly what I just said. Yeah, the Kalyana chief wishes for her dead daughter to be resurrected. 네. 인토노 사이가요 네아테 가부 공간. Yeah, like, so the Kalyana chief who wished for her dead daughter to be resurrected, and Gabu who wanted to be reunited with his dead parents. Well, Alise was talking about, like, you know, the dead can't be returned, but specifically Alfino was saying that Gabu's desire, his explicit wish, was to be reunited with his dead parents. And that's again what they say here. They set up the requests. This is a line showing you exactly what the two requests for the summon are. Which is, the chief of the Kalyana wishes for her dead daughter to be revived, and Gabu wanted to be reunited with his parents. Yeah, this, you know, this situation now reminds me of what happened in Ogomoro. Guess what the English did? Right here, the Japanese just says, the reason why Titan was summoned was because Gabu wanted to be with his dead parents again. Right? Explicitly, that is, they say it clear as day, that is his wish. Guess what they do in the English? They fucking double down. They fucking double down on the rewrite. I'm reminded of the tragedy we bore witness to beneath Ogomoro, when poor Gabu cried out in despair and rage, and Titan came forth in answer. Is that why he came out in answer? Or is it the thing that they said in the Japanese, where he wanted to be with his parents, who are dead? The Japanese script says that he wanted to be with his parents. You know, so he wanted to die. Or you just changed that to, he cried out in despair and rage and Titan answered? I can't help but think about Gabu right now.
アリ勢の熱い気持ち、私にも伝わってきたからさ、自然と気合も入っちゃうよね。
Yeah, I can feel how you know important this is to all this is. So, you know, I'm fired up too. The English for this Lisei line is, I'm not sure why Alise is so eager to face this primal all of a sudden, but you won't hear me complaining. But her aim is getting better. God, man. Like, this section is not great in the Japanese, but somehow the English manages to be worse.
我らの願いを聞き届けてくれたこと感謝する。 こちら
Okay.
はすぐにでも出発できる。
We're ready to
仮の
go
歯
on
の
a... Ready to go. Let me know when you want to go to the base. Sure.
シュウ、どうやら準備は万端のようだな。では、早速だが移動を始めよ
So the let's play a quick little game of what do we assume is going to happen based on what they just said in the Japanese. Right? They're going to say she wanted to have her daughter be revived. She wanted to, you know, like see her daughter again, but the dead can't be brought back. So I'm going to assume that there's one of two ways they could go about this. Either they talk about, like, and they were talking about the Kalyana being all about superficial beauty. Right? So either her daughter has been resurrected and she's just like a perfect porcelain doll, but, you know, no personality, emotion, soul, whatever. Or the wish can't be fulfilled whatsoever, and it's some sort of, like, you know, inherent contradiction, and shit's going haywire. The Japanese would indicate one of the two. Probably the first. They haven't really done the sort of, like, monkey's paw bullshit, but it seems like they're very clearly setting up for that.
う。美神、楽趣味を報ずる地下神殿は、カリアナ派の城、ジャナンカットの内部にある。
Okay, underground temple dedicated to goddess Lakshmi is located inside Kalyana Castle, sure. Oh, we're not just gonna teleport me there, I'm gonna need to... Thank you for leading the way. Disappears immediately. Follow me, teleports. Made good progress.
なるべくなら、アナンタ族との交戦。
Yeah, we don't want to get into a fight with the
アル
Ananta.
フィノとアリゼーのフォローなら任せて。あなたに。
シュウ、このまま東へ進むと、地下神殿
This is our
入
destination.
り口に据えられたエーテライ
Get
ト
to
を
the
利用
Edira
する
temple,
とい
you
う
use the Aetherytes enter the entrance.
了
Okay.
解だ。案内に感謝する。
Okay, go in using the Aetherite. Sure. All of this conversation is just saying, here's how you get to the place. It is really funny to me that they lay it out as... You have to wonder, actually, there has to be some element. Because they've been yelling at Koji for the last several years at this point to stop fucking it up. I don't know how much the actual writers know about how much he's fucked things up. But there has to be some amount of coordination going, like, okay, let's spell it out really clearly in the Japanese script so that they cannot possibly fuck it up in the translation. So that they cannot possibly fuck it up. You know, then Koji just runs in and goes, this script won't stop me, because I can't read. Okay, it was the first. Oh no, absolutely. Any of the translated versions don't really matter to the Japanese audience. Okay, it was the first one. And, you know, like, people, in the same way, like, how many people care about, like, the Spanish version of the Avengers? Right? You know, how many people give a shit about whether or not the Italian translation of John Wick is any good? But for some reason, when English speakers talk about works that are translated into English, they treat it like, oh, it's clearly the most important. Like, oh, we're the biggest market, so clearly anything made for us is super important and special because we're super special boys. we're God's most favoritist language. No, actually, the vast majority of the people who are, like, full-on translation stands are also, like, Reddit tier atheists. But it is very funny. It's not really America #1. It's just like, I hate using these sort of academia-ass terms, but it is Anglocentrism. Where you think that because you're the, you're the lingua franca, therefore everybody cares about your language more than their own, really. Everybody has to care about English. There's no way that they don't. It's why when you try and explain to people that the average, English comprehension rate in Japan is really low, and they just don't believe you. It's like, well, it's English. Of course they're going to understand English. Everybody knows English. No, they don't. Japan is very insular. Sure, hiss. Well, English is the most spoken language in the world in terms of, both first and second languages. Well, actually, no, that's gonna be Mandarin, but... no, that's native... No, it's native speakers. For native speakers, it's Mandarin. For non-native speakers included, it's English. Oh, yeah. For sure. Like, you will run into many places in Japan. If you go and visit Japan, you will run into many places where people do not speak any English. You can mostly get by in Japan with just English. But you're going to need to be aware that you're gonna go places and they are not going to be able to accommodate you because nobody is going to speak good enough English to understand what the fuck you need. Yeah. Hiss. Lakshmi. Yeah, goddess of beauty. Why? Why is my daughter, Anamika, still not awoken? Why has my daughter still not yet awoken? Yeah, she's back, but she ain't all there. Oh, she's gonna be like Monoyo. I would go with like, oh ye faithful. Though thy prayer thy prayer has been answered. Thy daughter has been resurrected. That's fucking brutal. It's like, why is my daughter waking up? Your prayer has been answered. Oh, that's fucking brutal. It says, your prayer has been answered. Fucking hell. Jesus. Yeah. Like, that's her... Kirisakareta. Yeah, her rended body has been joined together. Her spilled blood has been reinfused. Life has been breathed into into what was once empty.
ですが神よ、我が娘アナミカに母の声は届かず、何も答えてくれぬのです。
But my God. Yeah, my daughter, Anamika, like, her mother's words do not reach her. She doesn't respond to anything.
祈る者よ、その娘の魂はすでに無産しているのだ。
Jesus.
肉体を癒し、命は宿した。だが、魂を戻すことは叶わぬ。
Okay, that's oh jeez, this is brutal. Yeah, oh ye faithful. Yeah, her soul has already scattered, has already vanished. Yeah, though her body has been made whole, and it has been made to house life, the soul cannot be returned. That's a very important one. This is a very important one. 魂を戻すことは叶わぬ. Well, this isn't really necessarily even a monkey's paw. This is more along the lines of the goddess did the request as far as was physically possible. This is an example of a banshin that is being summoned to do an impossible task. And it's going to go as far as it can. Yeah, this is a fundamental limitation of reality. Which again is why you shouldn't translate them to primal. If you translate them to primal, it makes it seem like they govern over reality and aren't actually subject to the rules, like to the laws, any sort of laws of nature. When they're very clearly not primordial, primal forces. Yeah, she did her best. Like, the line here is, yeah, her soul has already faded, has already vanished. Her body has been healed, and it houses life, but her soul cannot be returned. Cannot. Like, she uses a bit of a more fancy way of saying it cannot be returned, but kanawanu in this state is like, your wish that her soul be returned is not possible. That wish will not be granted. Cannot be granted. The English for this is, only the vessel may be remade, not the flame which flickered within. Her soul hath been scattered to the four winds. What do you mean, to the four winds? The fuck does that mean? When has this been a thing? Why are we doing this? The Japanese is again saying, like, very clearly, I did the best I could. You can't bring back a soul. Not a thing. Not possible. Yeah. Okay, this is awkward. This is awkward. Fuck. I need to think about this for a second in the English. Because what she's saying is like, come on already. Stop relying or like, the phrase tsugaritsuku is, like, to cling to, right? You could go with, like, you could ever just come out and say, like, that's enough. You know, stop clinging to fantasy. You even go with, like, a wake up or something along those lines. But yeah, what she's saying is, like, this is what happens. This is the limit of what a Banshin can do. The English says, now do you see her promises for what they are? Which isn't what's being said. Grab a brush and put on makeup. Wake up. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is it fall back? How does it?
下がってたまるもんですか。こんな悲しいことを前に目をつぶって見て見ぬふりなんて私にはできない。
Yeah, what, like, you think I could just, like, can fall back? You think I could just, like, yeah, turn a blind eye and pretend not to see this, like, absolute tragedy? Or, like, yeah, something like this, like, tragic happening right in front of me. I can't.
人があなたの聖域にまた我らの命を奪いに来たのか。
Yeah, humans are in our sacred ground. Have you come to once again steal our very lives from us?
違うわ。私たちはあなたたちに万神に頼るのをやめてほしいと、そう伝えるためにここまで来たのよ。
Yeah, no, we came here to tell you to stop, yeah, relying on this idol. That's what we came here to do, and that's what we're going to do.
娘を愛するあなたの気持ちは痛いほどよくわかる。私も大切な人を守れず失ったことがあるもの。嘆きもしたし、恨みもしたわ。
Yeah, you love your daughter, and yeah, you love your daughter. I know how you feel, and I know how much that hurts. You know, I too have you know, cried out in pain over, yeah, people I loved who I couldn't save, who I lost. You know, I know your pain, I know your anger, your resentment.
でもね、万神に祈りを捧げても不幸の輪廻が続くだけで決して幸せにはなれやしない。もう分かったでしょ。
Yeah, but you see, placing your faith in an idol will only cause this yeah, okay, yeah, like relying or placing your faith in an idol will only, you know, continue this endless cycle of pain and misfortune. You have to know that already.
怒る者よ。確かに祈る者の望みは。
Hikaru mono yo. Wow. Hold up, this is great.
我は美しき輝きにより、悲しみに蝕まれた心を癒し、
Wait a second.
神の前にはべる喜びを与えることはできる。
Wait a second. I just realized, in the English, they have Lakshmi do the fucking S thing. They say, serenity and serve. Like, she does the snake talk. Yeah, she does the snake talk. Why does she do the snake talk? Why the fuck is she doing the snake talk? She is talking in a grandiose, godlike fashion, but also, again, this is why you shouldn't translate everybody to be speaking in faux Old English bullshit, because this character is actually speaking in a, thy, thou, godlike fashion, but also, it is pretty great. The like, seething one. Literally, she is just saying, you mad. Right, but Raymond, the thing is that even if she is a snake, she isn't saying shoo in the Japanese. She isn't saying shoo, she isn't doing the hiss thing. The snakes have like a, like a raspy voice, and they start everything with saying hiss. Why the fuck is she extending her S's? That's dumb. But it is very funny that she does say, oh, yeah, wrathful one. Or, yeah, like, oh, wrathful one, or oh, ye wrathful. It is of, yeah, you could say, like, it is of truth you speak, that the wishes of the faithful will never be granted. However, yeah, by by the beauty of my radiance, the souls, like, the hearts of those who hurt may yet be healed. Ami no mae ni taberu yorokobi. Yeah, they're in service to their god. Their hearts might be healed and come to know joy. Yeah, and come to know the joy of service to their god. Like, it's that sort of thing, where she's saying, like, they're not gonna get their wish, but I can at least make them happy. The English here is, a worm-eaten heart may find peace and serenity in service, in beauty and grace. This hath ever been my promise, not else. No? That's, okay, so again, they were doing okay for a bit there, where they were actually somewhat describing the ways in which, Banshin work, but then they make it seem as though Lakshmi has a promise that she gave out, like, this is like a thing of hers. They're making it seem as though Lakshmi has a will of her own, when that is clearly not the case. Like, this is just explicitly wrong. They're just, this is wrong. This is wrong and very stupid. They're making this seem like this is a twist, where Lakshmi herself has some sort of will, and that this is like, they've been tricked. Yeah, they did a literal translation of Mushibamareta. Notice when I glossed over that, I just said, like, wounded. Or aching hearts, right? The heal their hearts. But yeah, they just did a literal translation of worm-eaten. Which doesn't, yeah, it's bad. But again, here, they're just contradicting themselves constantly. How is anybody who played the game in English supposed to figure out what the fucking rules for idols are from this shit? They're making it seem like, oh, we summoned the Goddess of Beauty to revive my daughter, but actually, the Goddess of Beauty just wants to have people serve her, and that was her real promise all along, and I got monkey's pawed. No. The Japanese is clearly saying, she got summoned to revive the daughter. can't bring back the soul. She hit a hard limit in what she can do. And so now she's pivoting to the secondary part of the request, which is, like, just, we are in pain and would like to be happy. She went, job done on the first bit for the promise. In the Japanese, they're showing it off like these Banshin pretty much just follow the commands that they're given. And if that command is impossible, they just move to the next thing on the list. They are incapable, it seems, of adapting. So instead of being summoned, instead of Lakshmi being summoned and going, oh, you brought me here to revive your daughter, that's not possible. Would you like to consult with me and see if there's anything else you would like me to do? No, they just barrel ahead and do the thing, even if it's technically impossible, and then ends up fucking something up. Almost like they're borderline mindless automatons that just follow orders. Like, they clearly have personalities and things, but it's entirely reflective of the summoner. They act in the ways that they're expected to act. Yeah, even if you twist their minds. And show them, you know, like a beautiful, happy, blissful dream. You know, that it's just a dream. And not reality, and their pain will never go away. Yeah. Yeah, no matter how much pain you're in, you can't run away to a dream. Like, you can't forget the time you spent with your daughter, who you loved while she was alive. Well, actually, no. It's like, I would just go with like you can't forget the time you spent with your daughter, who you loved so much. The English for this is just, I'm convinced that they just don't understand emotions. They don't understand emotions. They don't understand emotions. This isn't what is being said at all. No illusion, no matter how sweet, can change the fact that your daughter is gone. Remember her as she was. Do not suffer this piteous shade to tarnish her memory. Yeah, that's what Alize was saying. That's definitely what Alize was saying. It's not even the floweriness, it's that they got the emotion entirely wrong. Like, this is the emotion. The emotion is entirely wrong. Instead of being empathetic, Alize is just, like, are you seriously going to tell her your daughter is gone? Get over, like, that isn't what she's saying at all. She's saying, I know how much it hurts, but you can't, like, you can't run away from reality. And, you know, you can't forget the time you spent with her. You loved her so much. You can't just go and forget all of that. Which you would do if you get sucked into this, you know, if you become tempered and lose your consciousness, your self. In Japanese, Alize is being empathetic. She's speaking to her on an emotional level. in the English, she's like yelling at her and saying like, "Oh, this piteous shade is tarnishing her memory." That's completely different. Like, here, Alize is running out in sympathy. Whereas in the English, she's like angry. Yeah, she's like in the Japanese, all I say is headstrong and impulsive and tough, but she doesn't run out like she runs out here because she's like, I can't deal with this shit. This is too fucked up for me to keep just watching. This is too hard to watch. This is too sad. Like, she's very empathetic. And then Lise comes in and goes, yeah, sure, she's right. And, you know, like, idols, yeah, in order to like, yeah, grant your desires, your wishes, these idols need crystals. They eat crystal. You know, she'll kill the land that the Ananta, you know, she'll kill your land. Destroy the land.
怒る者よ。
怒る者よ。
人に脅かされ。
怒る者よ。Bro, I'm gonna start doing this. If I ever get into a fight in Japanese, I'm just gonna start whatever I say with ikaru mono yo. This is so funny to me. It literally does sound like, oh, seething one. It's pretty great. She's starting the statement with, you are mad. Please, perhaps be less mad. Seething one, why are you so mad? Yeah, oh ye wrathful. Yeah, nevertheless. And here, this is the whole direct reflection thing. This is the whole direct reflection thing. Yeah. Nevertheless, rather than live every day in fear, yeah, in fear of men. Yeah, it is much better. Yeah, it is much happier. Much more, yeah, it is much happier to reside within a dream. Yeah, we'll drive away the Empire that's threatening the Ananta, so...
人は信用できぬ。だが、信用に足る存在に作り変えることはできよう。我が輝きにより、祈る者たちともども、夢に良くするがいい。
Yeah, okay, this is pretty... Yeah, humans cannot be trusted. However... yeah, they can be made into that which can be trusted. Yeah, come, bask in my radiance. Yeah, and, Yeah, like submerge thyself in in dream with my followers. God, there's just been something stuck in my throat the whole time. Tsukurikaesu? Tsukurikaeru? It's more, it is really just kind of like a fanciful, in this context, it's like, it's kind of like fix. I'm pretty sure, in this context. Also, wait, yeah, oh shit! Blocked. Yeah, I was kind of wondering why they would do this. Reshape, remodel. Yeah. I was trying to think of like... Yeah, it's... So in this context, it's more like fix. Because they're talking about like, you are bad thing. Therefore, you will be made fixed into good thing. Waga kagayaki o kobamu ka, ikaru mono tachi yo. Yeah, so you would reject my radiance, O ye wrathful. However, and now I am in need of giving my blessing to the other Ananta. Something along those lines. Yeah. Oh, humans leave the land of the Ananta at once. Cool. そして二度と。そして二度と。Yeah, okay. This is, yeah, depart from the land of the Ananta and tell your people to never threaten those who dream. Again.
Yeah,
when Alize jumped out, I was terrified. I had no idea what was going to happen. Yeah, you saved us. Thank you.
私たちがテンパードにされずに済む方法ってないのかな。それがあれば、あなたと一緒に思いっきり戦えるのに。
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way for us to, avoid becoming tempered. If there was, I could fight alongside you. Once again, the English here, as Alfino talk shit instead of thanking you. Instead of saying like, hey, when Alize jumped out, I was terrified. I had no idea what was going to happen. Thank you. Alfino instead says, I knew things were not going to end well the moment she stepped out of hiding. Like, it's like he's talking shit. Okay, fuck you.
ごめんなさい、無茶なことをして。それでも、どうしても、カリアナの族長に、番組に頼ることを止めてほしいと、伝えたかったのよ。
I know it was unreasonable. I know it was, reckless. But, whatever happened, I just needed to tell the chieftain of the Kalyana to not follow an idol. I just had to.
でも、悔しいけど、私の言葉は届かなかった。 カリアナの族長の心を変えることはできなかった。
Yeah, but, you know, as much as it hurts me to say, or as, you know, as painful as it is, it seems like I couldn't get through to them. I couldn't change her mind. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Huh? The English here says, I know, it was stupid and foolish, but I had to try. I had to. I had to try, and I failed. So you have to fight. There is no other way. What? Nice fucking character assassination, bro. What the fuck? There's no other way. What? In the Japanese, she's saying, like, I needed to say that. I needed to try and, you know, like, it's an emotional empathy situation there. Remember how she said, like, the whole Gabu thing? She was saying, like, I can't just sit by and let that happen again without at least trying to save them. And then the Japanese thing here, the Japanese here is you're responding to what Alize said, and you're, you know, like, you're cheering her up, or, you know, you're not saying, like, oh, in the English he says, like, you have to fight, there's no other way, and then you're responding to her saying, like, you have to fight? In the Japanese, you're responding to her original idea of going out and trying to communicate, where you can either say, yeah, just leave it to me, you know, like, I'll take care of this, Alize, or you can say, like, Alize, you were completely right. Oh, I accidentally picked the one with, like, you can't let, I accidentally picked the wrong one. Fuck. I accidentally picked the wrong one. I picked the one that was the aggro one. I wanted to pick you were right, Alize. Now I feel bad. Yeah, you're right, but yeah, how many times does this make? You know, in the end, you know, we have to, you know, rely on transcendence, on you to fix things. I'm sorry.
でも、私にもできることはあるはず。あなたが美人と戦っている間、アルフィノやリセと協力して、アナンタ族が備蓄しているクリス
Yeah,
タル
but
への対処
there
を
has
し
to be
て
something that we can do. Yeah, while you're fighting the Goddess of Beauty, well, me and Olfino will, and Dise to try and deal with the crystals of the
だ
Ananta
からお願
stockpile.
い。どうか必ず生きて戻って。
Yeah, so please, whatever you do, make it back safe. This is a thing that people say a lot.
備蓄のクリスタルについては、アルフィノとリセと協力してどうにかしてみせる。あなたが美人を倒した後、すぐに再召喚されないようにね。
Okay, they're gonna get rid of the crystal so they can't just resummon her.
アリゼが飛び出した時に
I don't know if I can solo it. I mean, I'm like 94. It should be doable. Should be fine. It is a fun fight though, so I might just like queue for it regularly. I'll sit and queue for like a little bit. Regular. Oof. Recruit frogs? Oh, that's true, I could. But I don't want to be a bother. I have terrible gear since I unlocked the Stormblood stuff. Incorrect. You can buy very high eye level gear on the market. It's actually decent. Patch fetch. No, wait. I mean, I might just go in and solo it instead. Like, I think I am actually just gonna go in and solo it. Okay. Thank you. Because it is a fun one, but at the same time, I have actually had groups wipe on this a lot. And so let's not deal with that. Oh, we're in the Frog FC. They're great. Love those guys. I am a big fan of this fight. It is fun. Okay, this is actually taking a decent amount of time. Oop. Oh no, Tank Buster. Thankfully, there is a lot of downtime that I can just use that one, like, really long heal for. You just gotta press the button. Yeah. Oh, I've actually got, I can't remember if I need to actually use... I think I need to use this one here. Yep, just pop shield samba. I don't really remember how to play. I don't know the timings for any of the things that I'm doing here. So I'm just I am just kind of pressing buttons. Ow. Stand and fire DPS higher. It's actually going to be close because I am this bad. but not really. The really funny thing is that I don't actually get to practice any of, like, the level 90 stuff with any of these classes, because the only dungeons that I have are level 6 below. So it's like, there's definitely timings for, like, all of your, you know, your, like, whatever this one is. What is it called in English? Devilment and shit? And your double dance, whatever the fuck. Well, I mean, they explode into ether because they ain't real. They're just kind of... all of them are just kind of, like, clumps of ether put together. Yeah, thank you. Can't help but... yeah, there's nothing we can do. You're the only person that we can rely on to fight idols. Yeah, the Ananta really did have, like, a pile of, like, a massive pile of crystals. You know, the Ananta are just like us, you know? We're all just so weak. The English says, it looks like the Ananta did have a mountain of crystals after all. Like every other tribe, gods were all such slaves to our weakness. Gods were all such slaves to our weakness.
神を殺したのか。なぜ殺す？なぜ奪う？もう我らあなんたを虐げるのはやめてくれ。
You killed our god. Why? Yeah, why would you kill her? Why would you steal from us? Why do you continue to persecute us?
そうじゃないよ。よく聞いて族長さん。私たちはみんな弱い。弱いから何かにすがる。
Are they still affected by the primal charm? It's seemingly not. I guess they weren't tempered for very long. I'm not quite sure how that really works. No, that's not true. Please listen to me, Chief. You know, all of us, we're all weak. You know, we're all weak, so we need to look to something to save us.
でも弱いからこそ万心じゃなくて、共に生きる仲間と支え合ってほしいんだ。そうすれば。
Tempering is supposed to be permanent, so they probably weren't. Yet it's weird. Yeah, but because we're all so weak, instead of relying on idols, we should be relying on each other. You know, on our friends. So, you know, one day we can understand each other.
ねえ、アナンタ族にとってクリスタルの装飾具は心を映す大切なものなんでしょ？だったらその心を万心に捧げて溶かしちゃダメだって。
And okay, yeah. 心 yeah, it's like, okay, and you know, for you Ananta, right, your crystal jewelry is important to you, like it reflects the beauty of your hearts, right? So yeah, instead of giving them up to an idol, you know, like, so don't offer your hearts up to an idol and have them waste away to nothing.
お前たちが戦いに命を賭すように、 我らは心を捧げて平和を取り戻す。
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty reasonable clapback. That's a pretty reasonable clapback. Said, yeah, you're going to give your lives. Yeah, just as you give your lives in this war. You know, we'll give up our hearts for peace, happiness.
今は分からなくてもいい。でも私たちはあなたたちと同じ平和を望んでいるの。いつか分かり合えるはずだよ。
Jesus, Lisa, you're such an asshole. Okay, yeah, it's like, you know, it's all right if you know you don't understand right now, but we want the same thing that you do, peace. You know, one day we'll understand. You'll understand us, or we'll understand each other. Yeah. What a conceited ass thing to say.
出て行け。お前たち人の言葉に騙されはせぬ。すぐにあなたの力。
Yeah, yeah, leave at once. Yeah, we won't be deceived by the words of men. Leave the land of the Ananta immediately.
分かった。今は出ていくよ。でも私は諦めないよ。
What an asshole! Yeah, I understand. I'll leave, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up. Shut up. Shut up. Fuck off.
だって
You didn't do shit.
私
Shut
た
up.
ちとアナンタ族は同じギラバニアに生きる隣人なんだから。
Yeah, because, you know, us and the Ananta, we're both, yeah, you know, neighbors in this land, Giravania.
行こう。アルフィノとアリゼが。
Okay, Alvino and Alize waiting. Okay, sure. They, so the thing is that they didn't actually translate the bit where they say like, hey, you're totally fine with just getting yourselves killed in a war. Why are you not okay with us doing the exact same thing? Yeah, I mean, it's fine when they focus in on Alfino or Alize.
満足相手に敗れて泣きながら逃げ帰ってきたとか。
Yeah. Oh, look, the filthy, yeah, fake Imperials are back. I heard they lost to barbarians and came home crying.
あまり足ざまに言うのは国というものですよ。言葉巧みにゼノス殿下に取り入って地位だけは得ましたが、所詮は無能なアラミゴ人なのですから。
Yeah. Yeah, be a bad idea to speak. Yeah, too harshly. After all, she. Yeah, she only gained her position by yeah, like winning over Xenos. Talking big, apparently. You know, but it seems like, you know, no matter how high one rises, you know, at the end of the day, they'll still just be a incompetent Alamigan.
ああ、確かに配慮に欠けていたな。しかしこうも聞いたぞ。殿下の寵愛を賜るために言葉だけでなく体も使ったと。
Oh, okay, yeah, they're real pieces of shit here. Oh yeah, we should I should be a bit more careful. Yeah, but, I heard something else too, it's, it wasn't just, big promises that she used to gain Xenos's favor. She, also she also used her body. Yeah, like, literally just saying slept away to the top.
道理で出世が早いわけです。とはいえ、今回の失敗で終わりでしょう。分不相応の出世など望まなければ生き残れたでしょうに。
Oh, yes, yeah, no wonder she rose through the ranks so quickly. No, they did mention it in the English version. They say, I hear she's not averse to a more physical mode of persuasion. So it is mentioned in both. Yeah. It would be for the best if this failure would put an end to it. She's not going to make it very long in a job like this that she's not suited for. Oh no, this is gonna be a whole Xenos conversation. Everything he says is insane. Yeah. Forda Remur Lupus, a captain of the Sennin Taisho. I mean, I guess it's just like Captain of the 1,000, returning from duty. What are you... What are you so afraid of? I really don't understand why they went with Butcher for her name in English whatsoever. It doesn't make sense. I don't have a better one, but I don't understand why they went with The Butcher. It seems like whenever they don't know what to do for like a character with a nickname, they just give them they, or like they just give them the plus dumb shit noun. Like the Ivy. The Mongrel. The Butcher. You might not want to do that many people with the exact same. The Griffin. What would be the correct translation? So, she is... It's Dokuro no Shoken, which is like executioner... Technically it's like executioner of skulls. But you go with like, yeah, you go skull taker, headhunter. Something, you have to do something that carries executioner. Right? Someone who executes people. And ideally you would want the skull connection. Yeah, it's the skull battalion. Yeah, so that makes it like you could go with the Skull's Executioner or something, but that sounds weird. right? It sounds weird. Like, if you were going to do anything, you would do the executioner, not the butcher. If you were going to do a the plus noun, you would go with executioner, not butcher. Yeah, that's quite unlike the one that the soldiers call the executioner. Are you afraid of death? What, are you two afraid of death?
私が恐れているのは何も成し得ぬまま戦場ではない場所で死ぬことです。己の力で何かを勝ち得たという誇りとともに死にたいのです。
Yeah, what I fear that I will die not on the battlefield, having achieved nothing. I wish to die alongside, I wish to die at a point where I have, accomplished something, won something with my own power, with my own hands. Something like that, that's awkward.
確かに貴様の力など取るに足らないほどのもの。しかし未熟ゆえに何かをつかもうとするその熱情の炎が周囲を燃やし、焦がしてゆく様を俺は気に入っていた。
Jesus, what an insane thing to say. Okay. As you say, your strength was or is as of yet insufficient. However, the combination of your inexperience or your naivete and your burning passion, like how that scorched all like the battlefield around you, that caught my attention. Yes.
Saて、貴様は解放軍との戦いに敗れたばかりか、アナンタ族への対応を誤り、万神召喚のきっかけを作ったそうだな。何か申し開きはあるか。
So, from what I've heard, you lost a battle against the Liberation Army, and your mishandling of the situation with the Ananta spurred them into the summoning of an idol. Do you have anything to say on your behalf? No, yeah, it was definitely just a rumor. I don't think they're doing it. Yeah, my apologies. Everything is... all is as you say. It is the result of my lack of competence. I'm willing to accept any punishment.
Daがくだらぬ演技が透けて見えている。本音を語らねば、言葉通りその首をここで落とす。
Yeah, how admirable. How admirable. Onne Watanara Okay, what the fuck, bro? This is this guy's so fucking annoying. This guy's so fucking annoying. Okay. So he said, how admirable. However, if you do not speak the truth from your heart without the poor attempt at concealing your true feelings through your pitiful attempt at acting, like, your life will be, your head will roll here and now. I want, power. 力が。
力が欲しい。私を罵る全てのものをねじ伏せるだけの力が。
Yeah, okay. I want power. Enough power to, like, to force all those who have like cursed me to submit to my rule, authority, etc. You're probably more like, the power to rule over them, control them. You wanna be able to tell everybody who ever called her a mongrel to go fuck themselves. Huh. I see. Yeah. Good.
ならば機会をくれてやる。超越者たる力を手にする機会を。
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Huh. Let's check what this says in the English. I wonder if they're going to mention the echo. Okay, okay, let me get through this. Then, allow me to give you the chance. The opportunity to obtain the power of the transcendence. If you are but willing to put your life on the line. Wait a minute, and so okay, so this is actually kind of sick. Choitsu. So the way that so choitsu here is both kanji. It's both kanji for transcendent slapped together, basically. It's not koeru chikara. They said it's a taru chikara. So I would say, like, you would say the power akin to the transcendent. Or, like, this is like, power amounting to transcendence, or... I would just go with, like, I'll grant you the power to obtain transcendental power. Like, yeah, it is a new thing, but it's, you have to reference it. It's a knockoff, yeah, but it's, the toru chikara. They use toru a lot. That's like, toru mono for the Asians, talking about, like, true humanity, etc. It's not koeru chikara, it's not transcendence, it's like mono toru chikara. Oh, that's a hard one. But it's not the exact same power, but it's in the same wheelhouse. This is what they do in English. I shall give you a chance to transcend your mortal limits, assuming, that is, you are prepared to wager your life for such power. Transcend, my lord? I came here to prepare to die. Tell me what I must do. So... yeah, they use the word transcendence here, because there's... how the fuck do you work echo into this? You can't. There is no possible way that you could work the word echo into this. It's literally just, they should have changed the name from the Echo when they went from 1.0 to ARR, and they didn't do it. And so now they've just spent this long trying so desperately to not have to change the name from the Echo, and they keep having to do more and more ridiculous shit to not have to do that. Oh no, yeah, they call them like resonant. Yeah, it's resonant instead of the echo. But instead of using the word resonant here, they use it later. So the only explanation is that they hadn't come up with resonant yet. They hadn't come up with resonant yet. It took them that long to think up resonant. I think I came up, I think somebody told me about this in Discord, and I was like, they're like, oh, they came up with like a dumb name for it. And I guessed resonant because I genuinely thought of the name resonant for a knockoff of Echo by asking myself, what is the dumbest possible name I could give something if I wanted it to be a knockoff of the Echo? And my mind immediately went to, oh, it would be like resonance or something, right? I just thought of, what's the dumbest answer here? And that's the one they came up with. And not only is that the answer they came up with, it took them like half a year to come up with that, because they didn't even have it here. But yeah, they're talking about, notice they're using transcendence. Wow, the power to transcend your mortal limits. I wonder if there's a power in the game that is called that. Huh. Man, would be a shame if we translated that to the Echo, because we have got, you know, dumb brain. We got terminal dumb brain. Yeah, fuck. This is such an obnoxious. Like, I don't want to go with like transcendental. You go with like ascended, maybe? You go with like uplift. Uplift, ascend. You go with like uplifted, ascended, risen. Anything like that would probably work. But whatever you're doing, it should indicate some sort of like ascension to a higher plane of understanding. They go with resonant / artificial echo. You know, it should be like risen. Transcendental would also work, but I don't like transcendent and transcendental because then it's too close. It sounds weird. It sounds kind of hacky in English. If you do that, my three that I would throw into the ring are risen, ascended, or like uplifted. Yeah, saying them out loud, I think ascended. Ascended is probably what I would go with, and I'll use ascended as a placeholder. Risen the best? Yeah. None are perfect, but, you know, you gotta get as close as you can, and no matter what you do, you're gonna do better than resonant. You're gonna do better than resonant, no matter what you do. So, I'm fine with any of them. Like, risen, ascended, ascendant? You go with ascendant. Ascendant. Well, it's because they went with echo, so it's a reverberation. But instead of it being like a, you know, a good echo, it's just, you know, fart with extra reverb.mp4. Well, it doesn't necessarily sound like it's going from nothing to something to me at least. Like, if you say that somebody has, like, been ascended, it sounds like they've been brought above to, you know, like a higher station, right? Like, if you say that something is, or like, uplifted. Uplifted is probably the best in terms of meaning, but sounds a bit weird. To me, at least. Yeah. Yeah, I came here ready to die. What do I need to do in order to obtain this power? Or yeah, like why would I hesitate to obtain this power, rather? That was actually unlimited. Oh fuck. That actually just pinged. Ah god. What's the it's not unburdened, it's no fuck. There's a term. There's a term. Not limitless. Fuck. Like that just triggered a hold up. Unshackled. Limited. Yeah, unburdened would be potentially there's a specific word that triggered in my mind that I can't. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Unlimited. It would bother me. It would bother me if I didn't think about it now. Fuck. I'm trying to think. It's right there. It's not unfettered. Unchained. You go with boundless, maybe? There's a term that I'm thinking of. Fuck. It's not unbound. The term is vaguely biblical that I am thinking of. I don't believe it's actually in the King James Bible at any point, but it is closely associated. It's a similar type of word for being, like, freed of limitations and limits. It's not unrestricted. I'm just gonna keep going. Oh, it might come back to me.
戻りが遅いので心配していた。
これで少なくともしばらくの間はウィルラ派のアナンタ族が安全になったね。
At least now, for the time being, the Virya Ananta will be safe.
これ以上悲しい出来
It's
事
not
を繰り返
omnipotent.
させないためにもギラバニアから帝国軍を追い出さないと。あたし頑張るよ、俺を。
Yeah, so then, yeah, we need to keep the Imperial Army out of Gervania so nothing like this has to happen again. Yeah, we gotta do our best, sure. Gotta work hard.
シュウ、無事で何よりだ。神狩りの英雄の噂、本当だったようだな。ウィルラ派は、この恩を決して忘れないだろ
う。Nah, it's not exaltation. Actually, wait. Honestly, exalted might work. Exalted might work. Yeah, I actually like exalted because that's actually what that means. That is what that means. Like, that is actually what the word means. And if you just say, like, you will become exalted, transcending your limits. Like, transcending the limits of reality as they. Yeah, humble yourselves before the Lord and he will exalt you. I think exalt actually was the word I was thinking of. Maybe. But I don't want to take credit. That was a good one for me. I actually like exalted. I like, yeah, transcendent and exalted. Yeah, those actually work together. Those actually work together, too. Those are similar words. Like, transcendent and exalted. Yeah, I like it. Good call. It seems that the rumors of the Hunter of Gods were true. The Viria will never forget this favor. Exalt isn't praise, technically. Exalt means to raise high. Which, yeah, same thing. Like, it's so you raise, right, joy and praise, etc. It has the same rising meaning. It's just associated with, like, you know, someone is exalted means that they are of a higher station. And in this case, transcend. It's a little bit too much in the way of, like, you know, throwing in a dictionary word that people aren't going to necessarily know. But the Japanese phrase is pretty much the same way. Yeah, like you've got a couple of example sentences from a dictionary, and you see things like, we look at super successful people and marvel over how they have obtained their exalted status, fame, and fortune. She sees ordinary life as a definite come down from the exalted ideal that she grew up with, etc. It works. Lofty, exalted heights. It works. And it isn't some bullshit like ye olde English word, it's actually cool. It works. I've heard from my sisters what happened. Yeah, we are eternally grateful that, you know, we were not made to risk our lives to fight them. Etc., etc. If you want to thank anybody, thank the Warrior of Light. We only provided support. Really? Really? You're really going to drop 対症療法。対症療法。Yeah, besides, yeah, destroying an idol is only a temporary measure, a stopgap. Well, actually, no. In this case, they do mean symptomatic therapy. Like, yeah, defeating an idol is just alleviating the symptoms. Yeah, as long as the root cause of the invocation is not resolved, the next summoning is only a matter of time.
衆、肝に銘じておきましょう。カリアの葉が、番神とは、本物の神ではないことを、悟ってくれる日が来るよう、同族として働きかけてみます。
Yeah, we will keep this in mind, you know, as their sisters, as their kin. We will, yeah, try to work towards a day that will come when the Karyana will realize that these idols are not true gods. So what is a real god in this context? It's unclear. But, you know, they're saying, like, they are saying very explicitly, like, idols are not gods. There is a concept of a god, and what people imagine a god to be is not what these things are. And they say, Banshin to wa honmono no kami de wa nai koto o, which is a generalized statement that idols are not gods. Guess what line got removed in the English? This one. They say, we ignore our sister's plight at our peril. This we know. We shall endeavor to show them another path. Wait a second. We shall endeavor to show them another path. But they didn't extend the S's on all of them. They say, this we know, but then we shall endeavor to show them another path. So, the day you speak of never comes. So they only extend some of the S's. They can just turn it on and off at will. They only extend some of the S's. Okay, sure. Good job. Good writing. But yeah, notice that they didn't translate the line, idols are not true gods. They just cut the line out entirely. Boy, I wonder why. It would be funny if it wasn't so predictable. They're paid by the S? Fuck you, right?
ありがとう。そうしてくれると嬉しいな。アナンタ族は私たちと同じギラバニアに生きる仲間。これからも
Shut up, Rise. Shut up, Rise. Yeah, I'd be happy if you would. You know, the Ananta are our allies living together with us here in Yervania. Like, let's keep working together. Yeah, we're indebted to you. Let's go back to the peeling stones. Is it peering stones or peeling stones? It's probably peering. I don't fucking know, man. Anything written in katakana is incomprehensible. I could have just teleported back. There's a fucking aether right there, but I just completely forgot. The fuck is Pippin doing here?
番神が召喚されたと聞き、不審人物の捜索をアレンバルドたちに任せ、駆けつけたところだ。
No. Okay, yeah, Heard about the idol summoning. Our involved is on yeah, looking for suspicious peoples. Okay. Came
お
run.
う無事じゃったか。
Sure.
オレオさん、お帰りなさい。ちょうどピピン小島将や
Okay,
コン
yeah,
ラッド
Major
隊
General
長が
Pippin, Conrad came
安
rushing
心
over
し
to
て
help.
美神ラクシミは
Yeah,
オレオが
Lakshmi is
統一して
already
くれたんだ。
already been defeated. We'll fill you in. Okay, we've spent too much time because there was actual interesting information there, but now we're going back into
やは
bullshit
り
mode.
本当にアナンタ族は番神を。それにしても強力
Yeah,
な
that
美神
well, they really summoned an idol, but yeah, you took it
オレオが
down.
いてくれて本当に助かったの。
Thank you,
し
big
かし、
big
蛮
help.
族による神下ろしといえば、好戦的な成功を持つ強硬派によるものばかりだったが、まさか非好戦的な
What?
宗派がこれを行うとは驚いた。
What? Huh? I mean, I guess, yeah, no. Yeah, but it's surprising that like a non-violent barbarian group would summon an idol. I thought that all of the other ones were carried out by like belligerent hardliners. I guess. But that's just not even
確かに
true.
稀な事例と言えましょう。
It's not really that rare at all, actually. Like, half of the summons have been getting...
今後の動向には要注意です。
Like, half of the summons have been just kind of like for people vibing. This is a rare case. We were able to dispose of the south power crystals. Won't be able to be resummoned for a while.
妖怪だアラミゴ解放軍やメ族の方々と協力し
Set up a situation. Let's monitor the Kalyana for when they come up with the extreme. Any movement from the Imperials. Gold Regiment and Rescue House of Babylonia. Retreating in the mountains. No sign of another attack.
ラウバーン局長はこのまま山岳地帯へ進軍する。
Raban has decided to move out into the mountains, and we should go too.
いや、気持ちはありがたいが、君たち
No,
は
I'd appreciate it, but you need to rest. They just fought an idol. Your safety comes first.
ではなく、帝国軍が相手なら遅れを取るつもりはない。
Okay, yeah, we gotta get some rest. We don't need to. We're fighting the Imperials.
家族との時間を過ごすがいい。ゆっくりと休ん
We
で
need
か
to
ら
advance.
山岳地帯で合流じゃ。
Who were the original barbarians of Germanic tribes? Well, the term barbarian, yeah, does come from like Germanic tribe. Shit. It was literally just a name that made fun of the way that they talked, which is funny. Minago, spend some time with your family, rest up, meet in the mountains when you're ready. Okay, sure. Okay, we're all gonna hang out in Catland for a while. We're hanging out in a cat cafe. Sure.
帝国軍が山岳地帯まで退いたということは、スペキュラ・インペラトリス。
Okay, the only things that happened in that entire conversation were, we summoned an idol. We're gonna be coming out with an extreme later. Stay tuned. The Imperial forces went on into the mountains. You should get some rest. Yeah, we're gonna go all out and show you some real Mikode hospitality. Yeah, I asked my mother to prepare a meal for you all. Her cooking is amazing. Look forward to it. It's gonna be great. Oh god, is this gonna be another... This is gonna be another big Nisei cutscene, isn't it? And now then, I guess, for defeating this idol, enjoy the, Please enjoy my wife, Hatoa's finest cooking. Yeah. Wow, low poly chicken, my favorite. There's more polygons in one of those grapes than in that entire chicken. Yeah, thank you, for your hospitality. My daughter has been in your care, it seems. We have plenty of food and drink available. Please have your fill.
こんなに美味しそうな料理を前に。
Low poly needs less calories?
いただきます。
Yeah, wow, how could you possibly hold back seeing all this amazing food? Let's dig in, yay! My character is so tall, my feet just went like straight into a cup of tea. Just immediately.
ナーゴのお母さんの料理、すっごく美味しかったね。
Yeah, Mario's father's cooking was really good. Wow, it was really good. Wow. No, Lisa, shut the fuck
なん
up.
かさ、ナーゴたちを見ていたら、
Shut up.
私も家族のことを思い出しちゃ
Shut
っ
up.
た。
Shut up. Shut up. You know, looking at Nago and everybody made me think about my own family. I don't care.
父さんが買って
I don't
きた
care. No matter how much sad piano you put over this, I don't care.
うちは母さんが早くに亡くなったから、イダ姉さんが料理してくれて。
Yeah. You know, my father would go out hunting and make roasted meat with herbs, and you know, since my mother died young, my sister Hida would also cook for us. Oh wait, no, yeah, Ida would cook. Okay, yeah, sure.
笑顔が絶えない家族だったんだ。
You know, we didn't have much, but you know, we were definitely happy.
でも、そんな小さな幸せさえ、暴君と帝国に踏みにじられて、自由のために戦った父さんも姉さんも死んじゃった。
But you know, even that, something as small as that little bit of happiness that we had was, yeah, was stomped out by the Empire. You know, and tyrants. And my father and sister who fought for their freedom died.
帝国だって私たちと同じように番神を否定している。でもその力ことごとくの支配が獣人に新しい番神を呼ばせるんだ。みんな幸せな暮らしを求めているのに。
Stormblood suffers quite a bit of exposition dumping all the time. It suffers quite a bit from Lise exposition dumping all the time. There are a couple of songs that I can think of where there are very popular versions that just get rid of like one person's verse on a track. You know, like shit, it's which one am I thinking of? I'm thinking of it's like Flatbush Zombies and ASAP Bath Salts, but they just take out ASAP Ant's verse because it is fucking garbage. Like, there's a couple of other ones too. It's usually in hip-hop, but you just get, like, there are more popular cuts where it's just like, there's one dude on this track that is just fucking garbage, so I'm gonna re-edit the song to just take him out of the song. And oh look, the song's better now. And the same could be said of this entire expansion. If you just edited Lise out of the story, it would be so much better. Yeah, you know, the Empire, just like us, rejects idols. But, you know, their rule over them is what causes people to what causes the beastmen to summon new idols. You know, everybody just wants to find happiness and, you know, live in peace, which is why they fight and kill each other.
もし番神じゃない本物の神様っていうのがいたらさ、こんな人を見てどう思うんだろうな。
Are you? You have got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. You have got to be fucking kidding me. I am actually so mad. I am so mad. Okay. What she says here is, if there was a real god, you know, that wasn't an idol, what would they think seeing people like this? If there was a god. 神様というのがいたらさ、いたら、if they existed, if they were there, if they're there. You could say, like, if there's, you know, like, if there is a real god, not an idol, looking down on us, what would they think? Or you could go with, if there were real gods looking down on us, not idols, what would they think? Let's see what they did in the English. I know for a fact they say the fucking 12. Yep. If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? Not if the 12 exist and are looking down on us. If the 12 are watching us. The Japanese explicitly says, no, the 12 counter isn't going up, because we only increment the 12 counter when the Japanese mentions them. The Japanese is explicitly not mentioning that. Nisei is saying, if there is a real god, Kami-sama. This is why also you can't just use Kami to mean god. Because notice they put it in brackets there to say Kami-sama. Kami-sama is capital G God. In this context. So what she's saying here is, if, you know, not an idol, but a real god existed out there and was looking down on us, what would they think? Versus, if the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? How full of yourself do you have to be this English translation team and think that in any way the Japanese writers are thinking about your fucking stupid 12 here? Yeah, all the way back in ARR, guys says the 12 are idols. Which is why they haven't been fucking... The only thing that they've been using to say, like, oh, you know, talking about the 12 in reverent terms is... They're talking about them in terms of, like, myth. It's just culture. Right? They say, like, oh, like, the land beloved by the gods, Eorzea. Oh, we're gonna use, like, Ralgar's comet. But they're not talking about them in terms of, like, oh, we are ever faithful. I'm gonna do, like, Hail Marys to Ralgar. They're talking about it in terms of myth. It's part of the culture. And notice that Nisei, even though she talked about Ralgar and Ralgar's reach and talked about the myth of Ralgar, she's saying if there is a real god out there, if there is, she's not a devote of Ralgar at all. If she was, she wouldn't be saying this. She's saying if there's a real god out there, what do they think?
理想を語るだけじゃ力ある者に蹂躙される。自由を求めて戦えば犠牲と悲しみが広がり続ける。この繰り返しはどこかで止められるのかな?
You know, if we stick to our principles, we'll be overrun by those with power. You know, if we fight for our freedom, then pain and suffering will just spread. Like, will this cycle ever end, do you think? So then the options here are, we'll stop it with, you know, ourselves. You know, I don't know, or ... Of course, the English says, man, this is really fucked. Look at this, man. These people are just... Anybody who let this... Oh, is the English version different with the options? Oh, it's completely different. Guess in which way it's different. Guess. Just guess. It's the easiest guess of all time. If your guess was, they make it about the 12, you'd be right. It never ends, does it? They call us beasts, and they treat us like them. They push and they push and they... until someone pushes back. Until someone takes up arms or summons a god. A false god. If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? Notice that they go from false god to if the 12 are watching us, as though the 12 are not false gods. They are trying so hard to not have to translate what the Japanese script is writing about the 12. They are trying so fucking hard to not have to admit that the 12 are not important in the setting. Well, yeah, of course they don't translate the philosophical question on power. At all. If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? What are they thinking when they see the strong hurt the weak? When people fight and die and nothing gets better and it just goes on and on? Instead of having it be about people on Earth doing things, or people in whatever this place is actually called, Eorze or whatever, instead of having it be a question about principle and philosophy, they turn it to be about the 12. What do you think the 12 think? I don't give a shit what the fucking 12 think, they're fake. You could say there's no justice, just us, Reddit atheist. You'd have to ask them, capital T them. They're really capitalizing it, making them gods. Are you fucking kidding me? The Japanese script went out of their way to have Lise say that she does not actually think that there is such a thing as a real god. You'd have to ask them. I don't think the gods listen to people like me. Let's pick the same option. Let's pick that middle option and see what the actual line is. I don't know the answer.
そっか、いつもまっすぐに歩み続けているように見えるあなたでもわからないことがあるんだね。
Notice, yeah, she says, oh, yeah, you know, you always just keep moving forward. It's like you always know what you know, like you always know what to do, but there's things like even you don't know. I don't think the gods listen to people like me. Notice, Dise isn't talking about the gods here, she's talking about you. She's asking you a question, she's not asking about the fucking 12. Yeah, the English team really just does do whatever they want, and usually whatever they want is add dick jokes and change things to be about the 12. And get rid of any actual flavor or lore consistency that is present in the Japanese. They just totally hijacked the situation because they didn't want to have to admit that the 12 are not gods in the setting.
ありがとう。一緒に戦ってくれて。
Yeah, thank you for, fighting by my side.
私たちの
I thought it was going to be a sex joke. That's also a pretty decent, guess.
悲しみの連鎖は絶対に止めなくちゃ。と、もうこんな時間、そろそろ休もうか。
Yeah, so, even our efforts are, just bringing about, more conflicts. But, we need to stop this cycle of pain that the Empire has created. I'm gonna go get some rest.
明日も厳しい戦いが待っているんだ。おやすみなさい、オレオ。
Yeah, we've got a hard fight ahead of us tomorrow. Get some rest.
家族っていいものよね。メ族の人たちを見ていて、なんだかシャーレアンの家が少しだけ懐かしくなったわ。
Yeah, you know, family is really nice, huh? Seeing the May people here kind of made me miss my home in Charlotte. May. Well, they are the May.
本当に美味しかった。でも、なんでナーゴって料理が下手なの？お母さんに料理教えてもらえばいいじゃん。
So, okay. Here's the question. Here's a legitimate question. Do we think that, like, is Rise just autistic? If they leaned into that, they make her more interesting as a character. Because what the fuck? Who just says this? Like, wow, your Hato, your MSQ was really good. Hato, or Hatoa. But, Nago, why are you so bad at cooking then? Like, your mom should have, probably, why you just ask her how to cook?
あのお肉、私が買ってきたんですからね。自分の得意なことを活かせばいいんです。だから、料理は。
I mean, I'm the one who went out and got the meat. You have to, everybody has to do the things that they're good at. So, that's why I'm not good at cooking. Haha.
メハトアさんの料理は素朴ながらも手の込んだ、まさに家庭の味と呼ぶにふさわしい、温かなものだったね。
Jesus Christ, dude. Here's my translation of this whole sentence. Oh, I love this cheese. It is funny how this is... If you've never seen the Dogen video about, like, Japanese versus English food review, it is great. But he's like, yeah, Mehato's cooking was, like, simple yet, elaborate and, beautifully rustic and warm and, ooh, wonderful. Like, he uses such ridiculous terminology to describe food.
その様子だと、君も英液を養うことができたようだ。
Yeah, looks like you were able to regain some of your strength. We got a harsh battle ahead of us. Yeah, we gotta protect this place. Yay. Sure. Yeah, it really is just that there's nobody like Papalymo to yell at her. It really is just that Papalymo is not here to yell at her. And say, Yee-ta! Fuck are you talking about? And we've had a well-earned break. Time to go back. Forces of Eorzea, BFS. Okay, they're in the mountains in Giravania. Go east, catch up with them. He hasn't been mentioned a single fucking time. It's pretty brutal. Okay, we're looking for soldiers on the road. Sure. Let's go. Man, it is so funny to me. It is so funny to me how they legitimately, the Japanese, I didn't actually think that the Japanese script would do that, of having a character say like, oh, I wonder if there is like a real god out there. I kind of didn't think that they would do that. But they not only do they do that, the English script immediately goes, huh, wonder who that's for. It's literally just the fucking Garfield image. It's literally just the one fucking Garfield thing. It's literally just this. It's just, Man, if there really is a god, I wonder what they're thinking. English translation team. Huh. Wonder what they meant by that. Probably nothing.
の決命の皆様ですね。
You
お
all,
待ちしておりました。
the members of the Blood of the Coming
本
Dawn,
体は
waiting for
こ
you.
の街道の先の山岳地帯にある
Main forces encamped in
荒切り二陣を
Alagiri.
帝国軍
Prepare for a battle with the Imperial Army. Proceed with caution. I do not think any of the upcoming quests are important, so I am going to be... A lot of that was actually... The stuff that just came up was a lot more important than I thought it would be. Oh no, yeah, I would edit Koji Fox's face out of that if I had the time. But yeah, with the frontier secured, the Ruby Sea secured. Yeah, we're moved into the mountains. We've breaking through the Imperial defenses would be... Yeah, breaking through the Imperial defenses in place here would be the... Like, the biggest obstacle that the Liberation of Alamigo would face so far. Yeah, but contrary to our expectations, the Imperial Army's resistance forces were small and we were able to liberate a small city. Oh no, the other Final Fantasy games are done awful. Most of them are terrible. Some of them were done by... Like, a lot of them were done by a bunch of different people. Koji Fox did 16, though, and so that's garbage. But most of them are really bad. They're real bad. Especially the older ones. The older ones were done by people who just literally did not give a single fuck about the Japanese writers at all. And they didn't even try to hide it.
メフクリットと一緒に訪れた私
Well, okay, so Xanamar, I actually like... The thing about the Krill Baldeshian thing in Final Fantasy V is that in Final Fantasy V, the characters, to my knowledge, didn't have, like, a specific naming convention. And so, the name Kururu was just a katakana version of their attempt at a name. Like, you know, her name is Kururu Baldeshian. So, in that context, if she's like a human, the name Krill or Kryl, whatever, could be a reasonable translation of the name. Like, you know how you get, there's a lot of cases like that, where, like, since katakana cannot do, like, you can't do certain sound combinations with katakana, you can't do a lot of sound combinations with katakana, so if you want to approximate Western names, you need to do some weird shit. Right, like there's, God, I'm trying to think of some of the names, like, here, let me pull up, like, just a couple of names for characters in, like, Unicorn Overlord, for example. Yeah, like, there's a dude named, Gloucester. In Unicorn Overlord, right? And his... let me see. And his name in Japanese is Gurosuta. Gurosuta. That's not actually how you pronounce the name in English. Gloucester. Like, I don't even really know how you pronounce that name in English properly, but it would be wrong if you wrote his name out as Gurosta. Like, if you wrote his name out in English as Gurosta, to match the katakana, it would be wrong. That's just not his actual name. So similarly, Kururu to Krill is potentially fine in context of the original game, depending on what the writers were actually going for. However, then they ran into the unfortunate situation where they brought back the name Kururu here when the Lalafell have a naming convention that hinges on doubled up sounds. Like Tataru, Kururu, Tereji, Adereji. The katakana name matches that naming convention, but the potentially correctly localized name in English doesn't match the naming convention. So that's just unfortunate. But what you should do in that situation is keep the name consistent with the Japanese here. But it's not necessarily the case that 5 was wrong. How would you correctly localize it? In this game, it would be Kururu. It would just be Kururu to match Tataru and all of the other Lalafell names. In Final Fantasy V, though, having it be Krill was not necessarily wrong. I would need to actually see more of the game. It's just not necessarily wrong. I'm not saying it's completely right, it's just not inherently wrong. You know, localization can change depending on context. So, if the intent for the name in Final Fantasy V, yeah, in this game I would write Kururu. To match all of the other Lalafell. So that she doesn't have a first and last name that stick out as being weird. Yeah, the southern part of the Giravania mountain regions. Imperial Stronghold is where the Imperial Stronghold is encamped. If you try to attack from the north, you have to climb up that sheer mountain. Attack from the south, at a higher elevation, wouldn't have that difficulty. Yeah, this is why we went through the effort of recapturing the Velogina Bridge. Okay, let's go to Verogina. It wouldn't be Kukuru. It would be Kururu. If it was Kukuru, it would be Kukuru. In the Japanese. It would be written as Kukuru. But Kukuru sounds like a fucking bird. Kururu sounds cute. Also, they don't really do that many of those like plosives. No, not plosives. What's the term I'm thinking of? Like a lot of the K sounds. If it sounds Japanese and foreign to English, is it really translated? I mean, Tataru's name is Tataru Taru. You know, Tataru still sounds like Tereji Adereji. Tataru Taru. Pippin. You know, the whole naming convention is based around katakana, so you can't really get away from it. And you're not going to go around and give them all completely different new names. That would be bad. The thing is that in this game, the...
皆さん、宿場が柳切に到着しましたよ。見てください。同盟軍と解放軍の本隊です。
In this context, the naming convention for the Lalafell requires katakana sounds. There's really no way to divorce it. Yeah, everyone, please, we've arrived at the like relay station, Aragiri. This is this is like the full force of the Liberation Army. Yeah, you're all here. Ah, you're here. And we're shocked that you already managed to liberate an entire city. Yeah, I'd like to say that it was due to the, the overwhelming strength of our forces, but in reality, the Imperial Army retreated without any resistance. We were able to capture this place bloodlessly. Yeah, we're about to hold a military meeting for the capture of Specula Imperatoris. Specula Imperators? Like that's the one to join us? Okay.
では、我が輩は先に行っているぞ。到着
And
し
I'll be
て、
going on
あれは
ahead.
休まないが、仮設司令部の
Come to the temporary command center tent. Okay. Man, all the Lalafell talk, it really is just still so funny to me that people complained. I've seen people complain online about the Japanese, about like Japanese games being creepy, right? And they're like, oh, like Final Fantasy XIV, that's like a pervert game. Like, look how they sexualize the Lalafell. And the one time that happened was the English team coming up with it. Makes you think. Makes you think. Because it sure shit wasn't the Japanese team that wrote that Totoro wanted to stay back in Kugane to gallivant with her Hingen paramours. No, that was made up by the English team. Well, that's the thing for MB, though, is that, like, the Japanese script, them being, like, diminutive and everything is played as a joke. Because they're usually, like, the male ones are given, like, ridiculously deep voices, and their whole culture is, like, cutthroat and ruthless. It's played as a gag. Where it's like, oh, these little bastards. These little motherfuckers.
「軍議が開かれる」という司令部の天幕はどうやら町の西側にあるようですね。皆さん、早速向かいましょう。
Located on the west side of the city. That's where the tent is. Let's go. But it's the English writers who then turn around and make a bunch of sexual references towards them. Makes ya think. Like, I'm not saying that the English translators are a bunch of creepy perverts led by a, you know, massive man-child, but I'm also not saying that. Looks like we're all here now. Yeah, let us begin the war meeting. Alagiri was liberated without bloodshed. Our next target will be Specula Imperatus. Imperial Army Stronghold, center of Giravania Mountain Range.
しかし、不気味ですね。自ら前線に出てくるゼノス軍団長とは思えぬほど、帝国軍の動きが消極的だ。
消極的だ。思えぬほど。Okay, yeah, it's... Oh, yeah. The, well, there's Pippin in the Crystal Rays. Yeah, the other guy? Well, Telegia also had... There were a couple of them that have very, very deep voices. It's a very... Yuyuhase? Yeah. Yuyuhase. That's great. Like, that works so well as a bit. Or all of the stuff with, Momodi. All the stuff with Momodi is also great. Where it's just, they're all bastards. You start in Olaha, and it's just, wow, all of these Lalafell are complete fucking monsters. These little shits. It's very entertaining. Yeah, it's, you know, it's eerie. The, you know, it doesn't seem like... It doesn't seem like Xenos to just, like, you know, fall back so easily. Yeah, I'm also concerned about that, but yeah, we have no choice but to keep moving forward.
湖畔地帯との境にある帝国軍基地カストルム・アバニアには大口径のカノン砲があってな。都に時を浪費すれば長距離砲撃の餌食になりかねない。
Okay, yeah, there's yeah, very, like, yeah, large artillery on the, in Imperial base further east. If we wait around too long, we could be, we get shelled.
つまり我々は素早くスペキュラに肉薄し敵の監視等を攻撃への盾とする必要があるということだ。
どうも。すべてがエオルゼアのために。I fucking love that guy. Yeah, we need to quickly close in on Specula. Use the, taking on. Over here. Yeah, use the, like, yeah, they're the, like, watch post as a shield. Yeah, to warn against any incoming artillery fire? Okay.
その道、選択肢はないということですね。
Okay, so then, yeah, no matter which way we're looking at it, we've only got one option.
敵とて無能ではなかろうから、防衛戦では何らかの罠を仕掛けてくることは間違いないが、
Seems like that's what it's come down to. I'm sure that the, we're not dealing with incompetent enemies here. There's some sort of trap afoot, but we've got no other choice but to push head on into it.
では、このまま本体はスペキュラ攻略を開始す
Maybe
る。
force would begin the attack on Specula.
本体が取りこぼした敵兵が荒切りに入らぬよう周
Ball
辺
and patrol surrounding area to hold back enemy patrols from entering Alagiri.
了解しました。
We're doing search and destroy on like scattered enemy forces.
私はナーゴたちとアラミゴ解放軍と一緒にスペキュラ攻略に参加してもいいかな。
Wait, please. Could I and Nago join the Alamigo Liberation Army in the assault on Specula?
ラクシュミとの戦いではオレオに頼りきりになっちゃったし、自分にできることはちゃんとして
Yeah,
お
in
き
the
たい
fighting
ん
at
だ。
Soshimi, I couldn't do anything but sit back and like let the Warrior of Light do everything for me. I want to make sure that I'm doing my utmost to help. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Go for it.
あり
You
がとう。
got this.
この戦いはアラミゴ人のための戦いでもあるから、危険から目は背けたくないんだ。
Yeah, thank you. This is the fight for the liberation of Alamigo for Alamigo, and so I don't want I want to be there. Really, it's like I want to be there for the
ならば
the fight.
私も同行しよう。アリ勢はオレオのフォローを頼む。
Yeah, then I'll be going with you. I'll say, go with
張り切
Warrior
っ
of
ちゃっ
Light.
てまあ。わかったわ。私とオレオは後方支援に回らせてもらうから、二人ともしっかりね。
Yeah, you seem pretty excited. All right, then yeah, me and the Warrior of Light will take care of the take care of logistics. We'll see you guys later. Basically, this is a nice little bit for Alfino, where he's saying like
作戦開始だ。目標スペキュラインペラトリス。導きの
all this is saying like Alfino wants to join in on the main fight just because it seems like he's all excited. He's hyped up for it. Yeah. All I'm saying is just like, yeah, we'll take care of the boring stuff. You go have fun. I'll let you have this one. Go do your thing, buddy. Yay. Okay. Our target is Specula Imperias. Imperastoris. Yeah, may you walk in the light of the in the light of the stars. Whatever. In the light of the star. Guiding light or Algar, comet, whatever thing. Oh, this, yeah, the Institute for, like, exalted research. Well, you could say, like, Institute for Transcendent Research. This seems pretty important, but I mean, yeah, we've just got Kururu in a box there.
頭が割れそうだ。
Yeah, my head's going to... feels like it's gonna break open. Oh, this seems like this cutscene is going to be important. How is she doing? Or, oh, I guess how are you doing? Oh, you're quite lucky to have awoken. Well, that good luck of yours is one of your talents. Yeah, Xenos is just always like this.
ゼノス様、私は一体。
Lord Xenos, what happened to me?
我らガレアン族は優れた種族ではあるが、先天的にエーテル操作を不得手とする。要するに魔法を操ることができないということだ。
Yeah, okay. It's like, yeah, though we Garleans are superior in almost all regards, or we are, you know, a superior race, we, yeah, inherently are quite poor in the manipulation of ether. In short, we're incapable of manipulating the manipulation of magic. Wonder how this superior part comes across in Japanese? It comes across as superior. Like, he does just straight up say, like, we are superior.
それゆえ、魔法を得意とする多種族に圧迫され、イルサバード大陸北部の寒冷地に追いやられた歴史を持つ。
Yeah, therefore in our history, we were oppressed by the races that excelled in magic and were relegated to the cold reaches of the northern parts of Ilusabard. Ilusabard?
幸運だったのは、そこで青林水という資源を見つけ、やがて魔導技術を発展させることができた点だ。魔導とは、すなわち魔法の代替たるもの。
Okay. Oop. I gotta pull up the old notepad for untranslated bracket words. Oop. Mahou no daitai taru mono no. No. So what it is, so this whole thing is, this is a made-up term. This is a made-up term in Japanese. This is not a real thing. Ceruleum is actually fine. Like, in this case, I am totally fine with them calling it ceruleum. This is a made-up element. So you just go with a made-up element that indicates blue. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Fortunately, that is where ceruleum was discovered. And eventually was refined into Magitech. Or eventually was used in order to develop Magitech. This like Magitech. Yeah, this then became a alternative to magic. Yeah, something along those lines.
この技術により、我らは世界に歯を
Yeah,
唱える
substitute
強国となっ
replacement.
たわけだが、あいにく私が欲しているのは代わりではなくそのものでね。
Yeah, this technology has made us a dominant superpower in this world. But however, what I desire is not a substitute, I want the real thing.
ガレアン族への後天的魔法能力の付与。帝国社会では異端視される研究だが、聡明なるゼノス殿下は理解を示し、支援してくださったのだ。
Yeah, the research into granting Garleans the ability to control magic. Such research is forbidden within the Empire, however, yeah, His Highness, the ever wise Xenos, yeah, has understood my ambitions and has allowed it to flourish.
それがこの強化処置の目的。しかし私はガレアン族では。
Yeah, so that's the purpose of this, like, strengthening procedure. But I'm not a Garlean.
ああ、貴様はアラミゴ系の一族だったな。
Yeah. Ah, yes. Wait, this is actually, like, really? This is interesting. This is an interesting line. This is an interesting line. This makes Xenos... This one line makes Xenos actually kind of interesting. He's just like, oh, yeah. You're Alamegan. It's like he doesn't even care. He barely even noticed. He does not give a shit about the Garlean, like, racial superiority thing whatsoever. He's saying this like, oh yeah, I forgot you're Alamegan. Which, for her, that's like this is like the single greatest compliment that anybody would have ever given her. He's like, oh yeah, you're Alamegan. I forgot. He doesn't care.
安心しろ。貴様に与えたのは単なる魔力ではない。より多くを焦がす高き力だ。
Holy shit. Yeah, rest assured. What you've been given isn't just magic. It's something far more... Like, yeah, it's like... Yoryoku. Like, it's a far more burning, all-consuming power. Feral? I think I would go with, like, all-consuming. Maybe.
スペキュラが攻撃されるのも時間の問題ではありませんかな。力を試させる機会としては申し分ないかと。
Yeah, by the way, I heard that the Liberation Army recently gained control of Aragiri. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Specula is attacked as well. Don't you think? As such, I think this might prove a unique opportunity to test this newfound power.
確か貴様の部隊、ドクロ連隊と言ったか。
Why is the Garlean military just letting their opponents advance? Xenos is insane. Xenos doesn't actually give a fuck about the Empire or any of the ambitions of the Empire. He is bored as fuck, and all he wants to do is go out and do sick-ass shit. He's stated a lot of times that he just doesn't really care. Like, he doesn't give a shit about if the Empire wins or not, he just wants to do whatever he thinks is the most interesting. The only thing that's made him as a character interesting is that he described the world as boring and confined. Like small. Which does set him up very well to become at least something approaching transcendent. Right? His whole thing is that he sees a small, stifling, boring, more like critically boring world, and is just thinks, you know, there has to be something more than this. If this is all that exists in reality, our reality is boring as shit. Main country doesn't seem to care either. Oh, honestly, that's actually semi-reasonable. Xenos being allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants on some war front just because he's a royal does work. Like, you know, if you look into like World War II and the shit that a lot of the like the Imperial Japanese Army did, tons of stuff was allowed to just go off because some random dude who was you know, a relative of the Empire, or was a relative of the Emperor, wanted to go off and do a thing. And they just go, yeah, sure, why not? Fuck it, bro. Go for it. We won't say no. If you lose 2 colonies in the span of like a week, surely the main country needs to move to not look weak. No, it would just make Xenos look bad. But he doesn't care. Like, as far as how empires work, it's not that unreasonable to have things that are specifically entrusted to this dude only reflect on him, and to have him just have full control over it. It's not that unreasonable. In terms of the way that world history is actually played out. Does it make it particularly interesting? Not really. But it isn't completely unreasonable. Also, I just keep looking at his hair clipping through the chest plate there. As I recall, your unit, the Skull Regiment, joined the garrison in Specula. Right?
はい。直ちに部隊に合流し、反乱分子の迎撃に当たります。
Yeah. Yes. Well, I'll immediately join forces with them and intercept the insurgents. Yeah, launch a counteroffensive on the insurgents.
それよりも貴様に任せたい仕事がある。やってくれるな。
No, yeah, even if you were to leave now, you would never make it. I have something far more important for you. Will you do it? Finally found it. Found you. Finally found them. Found you. It's vague whether he's saying it or they, but I'm assuming he's talking about Kururu. Also, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Think he means he, her? Probably. It's vague who he's talking about because Japanese. Be right back. Man, I am still just entirely stun-locked by the Kami-sama line. It's so funny to me. That is one of the funniest lines in this entire game so far to me. The fact that Koji Fox can go out on stage at like FanFest and stuff and talk about the lore. And like, oh yeah, let me tell you all this in-depth lore about the 12. And then when the Japanese script says, hey, I wonder if there really is like a god out there, like a real one. He just goes, no, she must be, what is she talking about? That has to be a mistake. The Japanese writer must have made a mistake. The 12 are real, the 12 are real, the 12 are real, I'm not owned. He's going out there and talking about, like, the lore and all the things about Ralgar and all the different 12, while the Japanese text explicitly just says, bro, these things are fake and we do not care. How utterly pathetic. Like, genuinely sad.
あの二人ったら、やたらと気合が入ってたわね。まあ、アルフィノが手を挙げなかったら、私もリセと一緒に前線に出るって言ってたところだけど。
Like, it is really... What if the weird cat man is supposed to be Koshi? God, that would be funny. Yeah, they were so, you know, enthusiastic. They were so fired up and ready to go. But, well, I mean, I say that, but if Alfino hadn't have volunteered to go, then you know, I would have been first in line to go with, I would have been first in line to go with Rise. Also, again, like, this is nice. This is just, like, fun characterization, where Alize gave Alfino shit, and talked about it, but was like, oh man, you're really fired up and ready to go, huh? Alright, sure, we'll do the boring part, you can go have fun in the siege. And then here, Alize says, like, you know, oh, he's like, he was so excited to go off to the front lines. Well, you know, I say that, but I would have done the exact same thing, he just beat me to the punch. That's nice.
とにかく、私たちは、私たちで与えられた役割を果たしましょう。
Like, that's nice, that's endearing. Compare that with English Alize there was so full of fire and eager, weren't they? Well, I wouldn't worry too much. They're strong and they have each other. At least he spared me the trouble of having to speak up. I wasn't about to let Lise go alone. Stream is suddenly buffering? Ugh. I am not dropping any frames. But yeah, they instead of changing that to be like, Alize talked a lot of shit, but she was totally down to go too, they made it like, oh, reluctant. Why? Come on, just let her have her actual character.
本体の進軍ルートから外れた場所を手分けして。
Okay, split up, go along their marching route, take out patrols as we find them. Okay, go out and do the thing. This is the exact same quest that we've already done like 5 times so far. We have already done this quest like 5 different times in this expansion alone. Which Catman? The Ketoshi. Which the English very incorrectly pronounces Kate Sith. Talking about what's his name? Oh, you were talking about a completely different guy? Yotsuyu? Oh, that guy! Yeah. No, yeah, totally. I could see that too. 飛ばせおるぜ。でへへ。Yotsuyu, I don't know about this one. This guy seems pretty strong. Yeah, green fault. The best part is that none of the Rogadin names are, like, I think they fixed it a bit later, but it's all... The German is all just, like, completely fucked. The German for a lot of those characters is just completely fucked. Because Koji went on record saying that he didn't know any German, but instead of consulting with anybody, he just pulled open a dictionary and picked out things that he thought sounded cool. Because they wanted to do the Rogadin names in, like, German, but he doesn't know German.
なんでもないわ、アレンバルド、続けてちょうだい。
続けてちょうだい。it's nothing. Yeah, keep going on.
なるほど。それじゃあ、あなたたちは、そいつらの追跡を、お願い。くれぐれも気をつけてね。
Yeah, okay. So then, yeah, you guys keep track of them. Be careful.
ごめんなさい。アレンバルドから、リンクパール通信が入ったのよ。
Okay, they saw some suspicious people in a remote area. What do you think? Or what did you do? I took out some people.
少数の帝国軍部隊がいたのね。こちらも数名の敵兵と交戦
See, that's the thing, those Animars, that they're not actually that either. He literally just pulled shit out of his ass. Anything that is right is on accident. For any of, like, the ARR Rogadin names. He literally said he just pulled out a dictionary and slapped together stuff he thought sounded cool. Anything that is remotely, even, like, anything that is remotely correct is on accident. Yeah, there were some enemy troops. I took out some myself. Main army should be facing Specula. Oh, battle over there is going well. Okay. But it's just, it was very funny to hear the interview with him where he was talking about doing the German names while not speaking German, and at no point did he ever apparently come to the conclusion of, maybe I should talk to somebody who speaks German. Or, maybe we shouldn't do German names if we don't have anybody who knows German. Nope. He just barrels right on ahead. Let's go, Pippin! Ah, yeah. You've gotten better, Pippin.
ご冗談を私に切らせるつもりで隙を見せて誘い込んだのでしょ
う。Wait, yeah, that's like... What? Oh, you gave him an opening. Just to let me, you gave him an opening on purpose just to let me get at him, huh? Didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, this isn't, Oh, no. Yeah. It seems like, yeah, things are going well here, I guess? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just like, yeah, it's going well. Yeah, by the way, how is Conrad and the Liberation Army doing? Main Tower!
ドクロ連隊が激しく抵抗しているようですが、武装解除するよう説得してみると。
Katakana. Main tower. Yeah, they're on their way to take control of the main tower. To gain control of the main tower. The Alameda unit, Skull Regiment, is resisting, providing heavy resistance, but... So, 4V, you've asked the question of, hey, wait a second, if Japanese has a word for something, why would they put it in katakana and use, like, English loanwords? The answer is, who fucking knows? The actual answer is, they think it sounds cool. Yeah, but we're trying to persuade them to lay down their arms. Negotiate. Or like Conrad thinks he can persuade them to stand down. Okay. Yeah, then we'll take care of the enemies we'll clean up the rest of them on the ground ourselves. Okay. I like how we're doing a whole ass cutscene that we just aren't part of at all. Why would we send the Warrior of Light out to go do just random bullshit? It's not really even a Westabu thing, Xandamar, honestly. It's just like... It's very prevalent in general. Status report.
敵軍が地上施設をほぼ制圧し、メインタワーの攻略にかかっているとのこと。援軍を求める救援要請が入っております。
地上始発を制圧し、メインタワーの Okay. Yeah, we've received a request for reinforcements from the forces in the main tower. As well as a report that enemy forces are in control of, almost fully taking control of ground facilities and are on the verge of taking the main tower as well. Reinforcements are prepared and are ready to go at your leave. Yeah, stand down. Yeah, it isn't, it's a general Japanese thing. It's just a result of English being, it's a result of English being lingua franca, and so they just kind of, you get some amount of cool sounding English words to sound fancy. Like business Japanese, the stereotype for like a pretentious douchebag in business Japanese is someone using a ton of English loanwords. You know, like how in English business culture, people will, you talk about like, oh, business, like corporate speak of saying like, oh, we need to like synergistically, vertically integrate our, like process resolution subsystems, which doesn't mean anything. In Japanese, they would be saying like, まあそれに対してはインテグレーションの方がいいんじゃないですか You know, and nobody else like, what the fuck do you mean integration? It's like, ooh, I that's a business word that I like to, oh, I'm sorry, you don't know? Oh, okay, let me explain to you. Ha ha ha, I'm very fancy. I'm sorry? Yeah, there will be no reinforcements.
お言葉ですが、ボルドラ様、あなたのドクロ部隊も防衛に回されていると聞いております。部下を見殺しにするというのですか?
Yeah, Commander, if I may, the Skull Battalion has been sent to the defensive. Like your men will die. Yeah, using English loanwords to sound smarter isn't unique to Japanese. It isn't. There are certain languages where it's like fucking constant. I cannot count the number of times that I've, like, been reading a tweet or some, like, forum post or something, and it's all in English, and then it just switches into, like, you know, like, one of the several, Indian... Oh, fuck, I can't remember the names of, like, the various languages spoken in India. Where they'll have, like, whole-ass sentences, and they'll just flip back and forth. Or, you know, like, if you ever read anything from like, Filipino Twitter, you'll have, like, 2 or 3 sentences that are all in English, and then it'll just swap. So, Japanese isn't quite there yet, but... And I hope it doesn't get there. But shit, man.
できんのだ。もちろん、私自ら増援部隊を率いると志願した。だが、禁じられたのだ。
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, of course, I volunteered to lead the reinforcements myself, but I have my orders. Yeah, it's like I was forbidden.
ゼノス様は増援の派遣は現に慎めと。そしてこの基地のカノン砲で砲撃せよと。
Yeah. Xenos has strictly forbidden the dispatchment of reinforcements and has ordered this place to be filled with artillery fire.
まさか敵もろとも味方も皆殺しにしろとおっしゃるのですか。
Yeah, I kind of translated that in my brain to something that didn't sound as dumb. Wait, you can't be serious. So they intend to kill all of them, including our allies.
その言葉、ゼノス様を前にしても進言する覚悟はあるのか?
Yeah. Do you have the resolve to say that in front of Lord Xenos?
先ほどの言葉は忘れてやる。砲撃準備を急げ。
Yeah, I'll forget what you've just said. Hurry up with the preparations.
互いの屍にすら踏み台として。
It's not that everybody underneath Xenos knows that if you go against what Xenos says, he'll just kill you.
貴様たちも覚悟を示せ。
Like, Xenos will just fucking kill you if you do not do exactly what he says. Yeah, we'll use our own, yeah, our corpses as stepping stones to advance. Yeah, we'll use their corpses. Yeah, she has reasons to actually be loyal. Yeah, our resolve is firm. Our aspirations. Our aspirations. No, it's like... it's like of the utmost importance. I don't want to go just heavy. Whatever. So then, yeah, so, yeah, you two, show your resolve, execute the order. Ambitions, yeah. That was a bit awkward, but I would rather just move forward. Prepare to fire. Yeah. Understood. Prepare to fire. Safety disengaged, main guns lowered. Yeah, lowering main guns. Deploy main cannon.
フルドルフ、エメリン、我らアラミゴ人の未来のため死んでくれ。自由の礎となるのだ。
Oh, okay, that's a pretty cool line. Yeah. Answerit. Fuldorf. Emirin. These are the guys who just like beat the shit out of a dude for no good reason, right? Like I don't feel bad for them at all. For the future of Alamigo. I need you to die. To become the foundation of our freedom.
フォルドラ様、攻撃目標の設定を。
Yeah, Commander Foldra, your orders. Yeah, area, like, direction of attack.
攻撃目標メインタワー。準備が整い次第、直ちに砲撃せよ。
Target the main tower, fire when ready. Oh shit! She's getting her first transcendence blackout. Sick. Notice that this doesn't make any fucking sense with the English because they don't ever use the word echo. They just say like transcendence research. But in the English they've called the echo the entire time, and it hasn't really ever been connected with transcendence except very incidentally. Maybe you shouldn't have translated it to the echo. Maybe you shouldn't have translated it to the echo, you stupid morons. That's a big gun. Who's loading that? Oh shit. Yeah, what's going on? I really don't get why they didn't put in one line that says it's also known as transcendence and to just use that from now on. Literally, it's pride. Like, it just has to be pride. Like, Koji's ego is the biggest thing holding this translation back. Because notice, he could not possibly have a single character from Eorzea say that they didn't believe in the 12 as gods. He could not allow that. He genuinely thinks that he's the one writing the story and writing the lore. Like, the dude is so fucking full of himself. It's ridiculous. So, of course he doesn't give a shit about the story. He doesn't give a shit about the story. He doesn't give a shit about the players. He doesn't give a shit about any of it making sense. He just wants to be the one in control of his little D&D game. Because he's a bad person. Seems like a artillery barrage. Yeah, it's like, wait, yeah, their men are still here fighting. Yeah, this is how the Empire does things, huh? Yeah. All hands retreat. Yeah, all forces fall back. Understood. Yeah, all forces retreat. All forces retreat. What the fuck was that little brick? I need to look back at that because I just saw a little brick just kind of like magnet to somebody's hand or something. Yeah, it's not really an orderly retreat. I mean, they are being shelled with artillery.
Yeah,
the main tower of Specula Imperatoress just collapsed. By the way, I just said, you know, ego. Guess what? Right here. Notice how she just said, no. She just went like, what? Huh? In the English, she says, by the 12. Did you see that? By the 12. Of course she does. Even though we just had people say that they don't, the 12 not real, they're not a real thing, and there'd be no reason for Alistair to be an adherent to the 12. Can't get away from it. Just can't.
直前に砲撃音が聞こえたけれど、まさか帝国軍は大勢の友軍がいるスペキュラご
Yeah,
と
I heard the sound of artillery, but
カノン砲で攻
the
撃したというの
Imperials would actually fired on Sehyo with the Castrum Aviana's like main cannon, even though like all of their you know, they still had so many troops in there. How many people saying, "Oh my God, really believe in God"? The problem is that you really don't want to do that in a setting where that isn't a thing. There's no reason for that culture to have existed. The only reason that people say that in English is because English was built around Christianity. Modern English is built around Christianity very, very heavily. And one language having a you know, fairly unique... Well, a lot of languages have religious references baked into the language. But you shouldn't fucking do that when you're doing world building. And you absolutely shouldn't change the script to facilitate your usage of random, meaningless exclamations. Like, changing the entire script to facilitate people saying, by the 12, or 7 hells, or Thal's balls, really isn't worth it. No, communications aren't on the link pearl either. No one's responding on the link pearl.
俺を私たちもスペキュラに向かいましょう。本体がアルフィのやりせたちがどうなったのかを確認しないと。
Yeah, we need to make for Swekio as well. We need to make sure that Alphino, Dise, and everyone else is okay. Okay.
準備はいい。俺を東に見えるスペキュラインペラトリスに向かうわよ。
Yeah, like, plenty of Japanese stuff has references to, like, you've got ki all over the place in Japanese, which has inherent spiritualist stuff baked into it. When you're translating, you don't throw that in. And also, if you're translating into something else, you don't just, like, throw in... You don't make up religions to fit exclamations. Especially not hacky bullshit ones, like Thal's balls. I swear to God, every fucking time, man, that people do fantasy settings... Okay, but the whole localization direct translation thing isn't real. Like, there is no such thing. There isn't such thing as direct translation. All translation is localization. The only thing is that this is a bad localization. Because if you're adding information that changes the way that people view the setting and view the characters, you're no longer localizing. You're no longer localizing properly. If people who play the game in English think that the 12 are important. People who play the game in Japanese do not think the 12 are important. You've created... That creates a disconnect between the player bases and between people's understanding of the setting. Therefore, it's a bad translation. In localization, you need to do things... Do you think that Koji didn't consult the writers with the by the 12 thing? I know he didn't. I know he didn't. He went on paper saying that he didn't. He constantly says in interviews that he'd never fucking consulted anybody on anything, and they actually yelled at him a lot. The idea that Koji was in direct contact with the writers and coordinated with them to actually do any of the story is clearly wrong, considering just how much of the script is blatantly wrong. Like, it's not just a case of things being slightly wrong. he's just completely wrong. If he was consulting with the writers, he wouldn't have ever written down that transcendence came from Heidelin. The fact that that's in the game means that he didn't talk to the writers. Or if he did talk to the writers, he ignored them. Because he thought he knew better.
どうやらこの隔壁から中に入れそうね。
Yeah. Looks like we can get in through this, yeah,
まずは
bulkhead
状
barrier
況を
wall.
確かめないと。本体の指揮権を持って
Okay, we need to figure out what's going on, figure out what happened to Ralban.
すでにロックが解除されている。
Okay. But whenever people say, like, oh, it's a localization, it's not supposed to be a direct translation, nothing is a direct translation. You can't do a direct translation. Like, shit, calling it transcendence instead of the power to transcend / overcome, or, like, the power to transcend, is a localization, but it's faithful. There's faithful and unfaithful localization, and people, anybody who tries to say, oh, it's localization, as an excuse for something being inaccurate, are just telling on themselves that they're bad at their jobs.
アルフィのやりせたちの姿が見えないわ。ラウバーン局長から状況を聞いて。
了解であります。輸送部隊のキャリッジを回っ
Yeah, but the kururu thing works perfectly. It works totally fine in English because it matches up with a naming convention that also sounds fine in English. Because the Lalafell names are supposed to sound weird. They're supposed to sound decidedly foreign. And they're supposed to sound decidedly playful. And so, like, Pipin, Kururu, Momodi, all of these names sound like childish and goofy and fanciful. And so, Kururu sounds fanciful and fun. It works.
オレオ、来てくれたか。帝国軍がカストルム・アバニアのカノン砲を使ってスペキュラのメインタワーを攻撃してきたのだ。
Yeah, the Imperial Army fired on the main tower, Specula, using cannon and Castrum Avania.
まだ戦っている帝国兵も大勢いたというのに、味方もろとも見境なしでな。
Yeah, there were plenty of Imperial soldiers still fighting. Yeah, they didn't even give it a second thought.
アルフィのやりせ、それからアラミゴ解放軍のみんなの姿が見えないけど、無事なの?
I mean, but that's the thing though, is that if you were going to use... Kururu is pretty easy. But if you were going to use names that are pronounceable, then they've already... Again, the Japanese came up with names like Kururu. Koji came up with names like Merle Wib. Right? Like, you give the... If we're talking about naming conventions... the ones that were written by the English-speaking teams are the ones that are incomprehensible and garbage. Because the ones that came up with, like, by real writers are good. Yeah, I know, but it's still, like, I think that the arguments that you could give, like, the devil's advocate arguments are just flagrantly, obviously wrong. Like, they're just factually wrong. Koji has gone on record saying things directly contradicted. They just don't have a leg to stand on. Yeah, I don't see Ofino, Rise, or the rest of the Amigo Liberation Army anywhere. Are they okay?
彼らはメインタワーを攻略中だった。負傷者たちが続々と島内から退避しているところだが、いかんせん混乱していて、被害の全容が把握できていないのだ。
Yeah, they're in the process of attacking the main tower. Yeah, wounded are being evacuated one after another, but it's difficult to get a full scope of the damage to the chaos.
貴様たちも負傷者の救助に協力してくれ。
Okay, help the wounded, see if you can find our friends. Okay. Yeah. It's just, for me, the things about flavor and stuff are so secondary to the obviously incorrect shit that there is so much that is just completely factually wrong in the script. Yeah, I'm okay. I'll be fine with first aid. There's so much that's just factually wrong in in the script that they completely lose any leg to stand on in terms of saying, oh, it's a localization. They just made minor changes. You know, things like Disei talking about gods, and them talking about, like, the exact way that you summon Banshin and Echo for Transcendence, or the fact that they never translate Shitotarumono from the Asians and stuff. Like, there's enough to just point out to completely discredit the localization as legitimate. You know, the entire Midgard conversation just being completely incomprehensible. Because it's also just wrong. It's not even, like, vague, but, like, well written. It's just wrong. So there's enough of that shit that I don't think anybody can actually... Nobody can, like, say, oh, you're being too harsh. You know, they're just changing this for XYZ reason. No, they aren't. No, they aren't. Oh, yeah. Soldiers. Oh. There's the 12. I almost, yeah, went to the... Yeah, the Zolder's side. Thal. Okay, I guess Zolder. Sure, there was a 12 count. Oh, hey, this guy. What happened? Yeah, I got hit by some debris from above. Oh, you're the, Warrior of Light. Oh, you saved my life during the defense of Ishgard. Never thought you'd be saving my life twice. I'm okay, please look after the other wounded. Conrad is still not waking up. Nago, put him over here. Okay, I'm going full speed. Full speed. Yeah, it really is. The heart of the issue is that localization changes in 14 aren't made to make things clearer for a Western audience. They're there to let Koji's world building and writing be included. It really is. It really is just like some fucking Agent Michael Scarn shit. He's the dude in improv class who just constantly wants to be doing his own thing. And no matter what the scene is, he's gonna try and push it that way. And honestly, like, you do need to localize things to make it so that people can understand them, so that things read in the same way. You know, any culture-specific idioms, any, turns of phrase that don't really work in English. You do need to rework stuff so that people have the same experience, but you need to be doing that in good faith. You need to actually be attempting to preserve the experience. Yeah, like, the rice bowl to jelly donut thing is a clear example of not doing that. Yeah, Conrad, please, wake up.
突然の出来事だった。最後まで抵抗していたドクロ連隊の若者をコンラッド隊長が説得し、投降させた直後に帝国軍の砲撃を受けたんだ。
It happened all at once. Right when Captain Conrad was convinced a young man from the Skull Regiment to surrender, got shelled by the Imperials.
生存者を助け出したが、コンラッド隊長は治癒魔法で処置はした。あとは祈るほかない。
Yeah, somehow, we managed to get the survivors out, but Captain Conrad is... We've done all we can with healing magic. All that we can do now is pray.
リセなのか。すまぬ。目が見えておらんでな。
Lisa, is that you? I'm sorry, I can't see a thing.
わしの命もここまでのようじゃ。
It seems like this is where, like, I would go with probably like, so, like, yeah, it looks like this is the end for me. End of the line. Something like that. He's not really being plithy, he's actually just saying like, this is the end. It'll be alright, you'll be better soon.
運命は変えられんよ。よいか、よく聞け。理性よ。お主に。
Oh no, this is the worst decision you could possibly make. Like, you can't change your fate. Yeah. It's alright. Yeah, listen to me, Nisei. I'm leaving the Liberation Army with you.
コンラッド、弱気にならないで。みんなで力を合わせてアラミゴを解放するんでしょ。こんなところで立ち止まってどうするの。
Okay, so we were just talking about localization changes, right? Yoaki ni naranai de. This doesn't come across as being really weird in Japanese at all. This doesn't come across as being weird. Yoaki ni naranai de. This is pretty much the equivalent in English where you would say like, you know, like, what are you saying? Or, you know, don't go giving up on me just yet. Or really, like, you're gonna be okay. So, there is no such thing as a direct translation where you say, Yoaki ni naranai de. Do not become weak energy. That's not a translation. Do not become a weak energy. Right? And anybody who says like, oh, you want direct translation? No, they don't. Nobody wants that. That's not translation. That's not translation. You can't just take words and replace them. That's not how language works. Because if you were going to do that as well, that would be weak energy not become. Actually, because the language structure is different. So you'd say weak energy not become. There's no subject. Because there's no subject in the Japanese. But you can't do that in English, so you need to do that. So, like, everybody who says localization as an excuse for bullshit is just lying through their teeth. They're either lying through their teeth or they've been tricked by hacks. And really that is the heart of the issue, which is the more uncomfortable part is that usually people aren't, like, ideologically captured. They're just hacks. They're just bad wannabe writers. Like, here, I'd say, Conrad, come on, hang in there. You know, we're going to free All Amigo together. You know, this isn't where it's gonna end for you. And we're not gonna stop here.
立ち止まってはならん。ようやくまとまりかけた解放軍をこのまま崩壊させるわけにはいかんのじゃ。
And then here you go, you're right. This can't be the end. Yeah, you need to... Yeah, you can't let the Liberation Army fall apart like this. After all we've been through.
お主ならできる。革命の英雄の子でも、伊田の妹でもなく、お主にこそわしの後を託したいのじゃ。
This doesn't work because no, Nisei really doesn't. She can't though. Yeah, Nisei, listen, you can do it. And not because you're the daughter of a hero or Ida's sister. You, Nisei, you're the one I want to take up my role. Ooh. I would go with like take the helm, maybe. Something.
仲間と共に進め、そして自由を。
Together, lead them to victory. Or, yeah, no, I wouldn't go with victory. Together, lead them to freedom.
分かった。約束するよ。必ずやり遂げてみせる。だから安心して。
Okay. Yeah, so here, I promise. No matter what happens, I'll do it. So, you can rest now. Yeah. 安心して for there is you know, pretty much a rest in peace equivalent in context. That would be a very well acted segment. But it's just, Nisei is such a nothing character that I just can't actually care. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty unearned. Okay. Yeah, load the next round. Yeah, yeah, pour the liquid explosives. Hurry. I'm sorry, what? Is that fucking Estinian? What is he doing here?
ニーズヘッグ、貴様の力を借りるぞ。
What? I mean, I'm here for it, but what the fuck? Yeah, Nidhogg. I'm going to I'll be borrowing your power for a bit. Sick. Fucking sick. Lisa challenge, demonstrate, show one instance in the story where Lisa has demonstrated one leadership quality. The explosives pipeline. Cool.
バカな、人の力で破壊できるものでは。化け物め、撃て。
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like what? Like a human? Somebody can destroy that on their own? He's a monster. Shoot him. The OCR cannot read the word baka. I think the daytime change. Jesus. I couldn't fucking speak for a second there. Oh, you're yeah. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute, so he calls the spear Nidhogg. Yeah, it's like, yeah, there's nothing that Nidhogg cannot pierce. Yeah, time to repay the... Yeah, time to repay the favor. I would probably just go with Alfino here instead of Bolchanyo. You know, because you know exactly who he's talking about, but there isn't an equivalent in English for using like a little nickname like that. Or you would give him a nickname, but you wouldn't go with Alfie. Okay, yeah. All men, yeah, pursue the intruder, maintenance team assess damages, and immediately move forward with repairs. Yeah, the barbarians are going to come flooding in. You go with Kid. Yeah. That would work. The thing is that I would hesitate to go with Kid because Bolchan, the way that Estinian had been using Bolchan the entire time was referencing Alfino being like a rich kid. You know, being like a little fancy boy. Is there something similar to Disney princesses in Japanese popular culture? Disney princesses.
コンラッド、私は体調が
なんてことだ。
The answer is Disney. You underestimate the sheer prevalence of Disney. You go boy maybe, but yeah, it's something that you would have to work out back in Heaven's Ward. I wouldn't go with boy. I wouldn't go with boy. Yeah, yeah, how could this have happened? Yeah, Captain Conroe was trying to, yeah, save the soldiers from the Skull Battalion.
彼らとて同じアラミゴの若者なのだと何度もその必死の説得がようやく通じてそれなのに
Yeah, no, you don't go with whelp, you don't go with anything like that. This is just one of those cases where there is a expression in Japanese that does not have an equivalent in English whatsoever, And so you have to work something out. Which again, you know, localization stuff, but you want it to be as natural as possible. Well, you want it to be as natural as possible while retaining as much, well, no at all. Actually, 4MB, that's completely wrong. Estinian is neither of those things in the Japanese. He does not talk like either of those things in the Japanese. The English makes him out to be one of those, but he doesn't talk like that in the slightest. In fact, it's the most defining feature about him, is that in the Japanese, he does not talk at all like any of the other Knights of Ishgard, and he does not give a shit about nobility in Ishgard. He talks ultra casual and without a hint of nobility. So, that's one of the things, is that in the English, they make the assumption that, oh, he's a knight of this, like, fanciful thing. So therefore, he should be talking like this. But he doesn't talk like that, and that's not what Ishgardian society is like. But that's what they do in English, and that's what you can't do when you're translating. You can't just assume that you know better than the writers what the story is like. The writers wrote Ishgardian society in the way that they wrote it for a reason. You don't have to just you don't just have to fall back on English tropes for what you think, like, knights should talk like. And it's precisely because they did that that all of the characters in Ishgard end up sounding the same. Because they all just end up sounding like knights and, like, Arthurian blah blah blah, when they aren't like that at all. Yeah, Estinian specifically rolls up and is like the big knight on campus and goes, "Hey bro, what's up? Yeah, nice to meet you. All I give a shit about is hunting dragons. I don't give a fuck about anything else." Right? Like, everybody else, what's his name? I'm trying to think of the... Everybody else calls him, like, Sir Iameric, or, like, Lord Iameric. Estinian just rolls in and says, "Hey, yo, Iameric, what's up?" No title, no nothing. Of course, they remove that in the English. They haven't referred to him as Sir Iameric. Imeric, however the fuck you actually pronounce it. Because that's how knights should talk. Even though he doesn't talk like that. And that sort of, like, oh, I'll just fix that for you, is why so many of the characters in this game are homogenized in the English. Because they just fall back on lame-ass tropes instead of actually translating what's being written. But yeah, that was off topic. So, you know, he said that they were you know, the next generation of Alamegans, so he had to try and convince them no matter what, and he finally got through to them, but even, you know, despite that... Yeah, you know, Captain Conrad was killed by enemy artillery fire, but those, like, Skull Regiment kids were killed by their own allies.
戦争にだって守るべき尊厳というものがあるはず。そうだと言ってくれ、オレオ。
そうだと言ってくれ。You know, like, even in war, there's a like, basic human dignity that needs to be upheld. Right? Like, tell me I'm right. He's, like, Alpino is freaking out here. He's saying, like, this is so far beyond the fucking pale. It's like, yeah, sorry, I got I lost control there. Sorry, I lost control there. It's precisely in times like these that you need to be able to stay calm.
ラウバーン局長は撤退を決めたのだったね。確かに次の砲撃の可能性を考えれば、ここは危険だ。
It's not necessarily even naivete. It's like Alfino and Alize are both far more emotionally driven than either of them would like to be. And that's sort of their actual weaknesses, is that Alfino, when push comes to shove and things go wrong, he freaks out. Like, he is not actually that good under pressure. When things go sideways and completely against plan, he just loses it, and is very prone to making hasty, bad decisions. And, Alize, for trying to be as strong and resolute as she is very easily influenced by things that personally affect her. She's not good at putting emotions aside and making the right decision. So they're kind of, like twins who are two sides of the same coin, with kind of conflicting but balancing weaknesses. They each balance each other out. Yeah. Zhalban gave the order to retreat, right? Yeah, considering the possibility that another bombardment could come, this place is far too dangerous.
Yeah,
we'll take Conrad's body with us. Go find Alize and head for Alagiri. We'll meet you there and regroup. Okay. Also, remember how Alfino said, like, oh, in war, like, there's a basic human dignity. In the English, he just said, we showed them mercy and this was their response. Fire and blood, this was their answer. Such crimes cannot go unpunished. They must not. God's as my witness, there will be a reckoning. Every time they go completely off script and try and write on their own, it's just, it just reads like a really bad D&D DM improving. Yeah, alright. Yeah, get up and get the hell out of here. English is completely different because instead of having Alfino give, like, a nuanced statement about, like, he didn't think that they were capable of doing things like this, he didn't think anybody was really capable of doing things like this, but this is so beyond the pale. Instead of him having just an emotional outburst of the atrocities and horrors of war, he gets angry and gives a speech about a reckoning coming. Instead of just being completely despondent and lost. This is terrible. Did you find Alfino? I think he both hates them and doesn't understand the emotional moments. The entire translation team doesn't understand them. Wait, yeah, Captain Conrad's... I understand. I understand. Yeah. Okay, let's head back to Alagiri and see if there's anybody we can help along the way. But yeah, that is one of the most constant things in the script. One of the easiest things to guess when it's going to happen is anytime there is an emotional moment, they'll undercut it. Every time.
Good. Ha. Oh, 俺を、敵である俺を助けてくれると? すまないな、恩に着るよ.
Oh, hey, wait, yeah, that's like an Imperial. He's like, Wait, yeah, like, one of an enemy saved me. Oh wait, no, yeah, like, you saved me, even though I'm your enemy. I'm sorry, thank you.
俺は北州イルサバード大陸辺境の属州出身でな。これまでもいやいや戦ってきたが、もう限界だ。あんたらに投降させてもらうよ。
Yeah, I'm from, yeah, the northern reaches of Irusabad. Yeah, I'm from a northern province. I've been, yeah, fighting like hell. Yeah, I've been forced to fight all this time, but I can't keep doing this. Please let me surrender. Yeah, the Alfino line in English after there of saying, like, you know, times like these are when you need to be able to stay cool. He instead says, "Forgive me, now is not the time for vows of vengeance. We must remain calm and rational and in control." No, that's not the point. He said, like, he just freaked out. He flipped shit. Instead of actually thinking about anything, he just was thinking about, holy fuck, what is going on?
はあ、はあ、助力に感謝します。止血帯を締め直したら、後方に退きますね。ありがとうございます。
Yeah, thank you. Once I, tighten this tourniquet, I'll return to the rear. Thank you. Okay.
Who's 誰だあなたはオレオ殿 あ
Who's
りがとうございます。
Yeah, is
血を
he
流し
here?
すぎたようで、意識が遠のきかけていました。どうにかまだ歩けますので、一休みしてから撤退しますね。
Seems like I lost a lot of blood. It's on the verge of passing out. I can still walk somehow, so I'll, withdraw after I take a breather.
仲間が死ぬのは何度経験したってなれません。
Okay, this is a callback. This is a callback to what Minago said earlier. Where she said, you know, like, I can't get used to the, you know, the calm before a battle. And now it's, yeah, I can't get used to my, you know, my friends, allies dying no matter how many times it happens. Same
私の
thing.
方でも何人か負傷者を連れ帰ったわ。でも、帰還できなかった人たちも大勢いる。
Yeah, we were able to bring back some of the wounded, but there were a lot who just were, you know, beyond help.
私ができること、私に
I don't think they should let
到着
Disei
したか
lead this
俺
shit at
をコンラッ
all.
ド隊長の亡骸はどうにか運べたよ。落ち着いたら手厚く葬らなければならないね。
Yeah. Managed to get Captain Conrad's corpse out of there. Once things have settled down, I'd like to give him a proper
だが、
burial.
悲嘆に暮れてばかりもいられない。コンラッド隊長は最後までアラミゴ奪還を強く願っていた。そのためにできることを生き残った者として成し遂げよう。
Yeah, but we can't just stay and wallow in our grief. You know, until the very end, all that Conrad wanted was for Alamigo to be free. So we need to do what we can to live up to that aspiration and honor his memory. Yeah, this really is just a warrior of light. Please do everything for us again. sort of
さ
situation.
て、同盟軍も解放軍もおおむね撤退は完了しているようだ。今後の動きについて、ラウバーン。
Okay, let's confirm with Raoban about what our plans are going forward. Sure. I at least want to get to a point where I'll be able to get to the end of Stormblood next time, which I'm not entirely sure. Let me see. So this is for the living and the dead. Let me check the MSQ. It's a level 68 quest, so living and the dead. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need to keep going for a little bit if I'm gonna try and make it that far. Okay. But then again, we're very unlikely to hit nearly as much shit that actually matters. I've been informed of the situation of what happened to Captain Conrad. My condolences. He was an excellent leader and
yeah,
and yeah, he was a outstanding leader and a wonderful patriot. Huh? Shiten Nobori. Okay. This is hot. I don't. Is this a thing? Yeah. May he and the rest of our fallen brethren, like, may their souls ascend to the seven heavens and know peace. I don't think this is a thing. Chichiten ni nobori. That's like seven heavens? And of course, when they actually mention something like this, it is not translated. Yeah, they don't mention seventh heaven, seven heavens, or anything of the sort in the English. They just erase it entirely. Cool. Good lore. Definite lore masters on the English team there.
Daga, 彼らの魂が真の安らぎを得るには、アラミゴ奪還という託された未来を実現しなければならないはず。そのことは、ここにいる者すべてが理解していることだろう。
Yeah, however, their souls will not be able to rest in peace until we accomplish what they've left behind for us to do. The recapture, the liberation of Alamigo. I'm sure all who are present are well aware of that fact.
だからこそ我が輩は、悲しみを心の奥底に封じ、剣を握る手に力を込め、苦しくとも進み続けると宣言しよう。
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Like, they've got, you know, 7 hells, and then I'm assuming 7 heavens or something like that. I don't know. That's the first time I've ever heard it. Well, it's in the Japanese script, so... Like, I don't know what it's in reference to. It might be a throwaway, but... It's probably still translated. That's why I will... Yeah, seal away my... These sorrows and pain in the bottom of my heart. Yep. Fill my sword hand with strength and fight forward through the pain.
その思いは我々とて同じです。問題はいかにして進むのかでしょう。
We're of the same mind. However, yeah, the question is where to go from here.
帝国軍が味方殺しを厭わないのであれば、カストルム・アバニアのカノン砲は大きな脅威であり続けます。カノン
砲 Yeah, カノン砲 Kanon-ho is such... It's an established word, But Colonel Ho is so ridiculous that he is just cannon. Cannon gun. ATM machine. Yeah. As long as the Imperial Army is willing to kill their own, the cannon of Castro Malvania will pose a constant threat.
確かにカストルム・アバニアを攻めるにしても、接近する前に砲弾を撃ち込まれれば被害は甚大ね。
Yeah, even if we were to attempt to attack Castro Malvania, if they were able to fire off a shot before we were able to get close, the devastation, yeah, the damage would be immense.
その点に関しては気になることがある。帝国軍がカストルム・アバニアのカノン砲を使い、続けざまに砲撃を行っていれば、被害はさらに甚大だった。
There's something something is bothering me about that. Or, yeah, something caught my mind regarding that. If the Imperials would have continued firing from Castro Malvania, the damage would have been even greater than it currently was.
いや、むしろ、味方を巻き込んでまで砲撃を強行したのは、それこそが目的だったはずだ。
Or, yeah, rather I should say, that was obviously their intention from the beginning, considering they were willing to fire on their own allies. Yeah, they had no reason to stop firing.
カノン砲が使えないような問題が?
I see. So you're saying you think that there might be an issue with the cannons then?
もしくは味方殺しに耐えかねた兵による造反か、あるいは我々以外の反帝国勢力による妨害か。
Either that, or there was a rebellion by soldiers who couldn't stand the idea of killing their own allies, killing their own men, or some form of sabotage by a anti-imperialist force other than our own.
可能性はいろいろと考えられるが、連続した砲撃がなかったことには何らかの原因があるはずだ。
There's a myriad of potential reasons why they ceased firing, but there must have been some reason.
それなら、私が見てくる。単独での偵察なら目立たないでしょ。
I'm sorry, what the fuck? Okay, then I'll go and see. Solar reconnaissance shouldn't be too difficult, right?
待ってください。コンラッド隊長はリセに指揮を。
Yeah, wait, please. Conrad, placed you in command.
わかってるよ、ナーゴ。
Yeah, I know,
そもそも
Nago.
コンラッド隊長は何度も私のことを解放軍に誘ってくれていたんだ。パパリモと二人。
Oh, Papalimo's been mentioned. Yeah, Conrad invited me to join the Imperial or the Liberation Army many times. Ever since we were hiding out ever since Papalimo and I were hiding out.
その度に暁の一員だからって断っていたけど、きっと私は姉さんと自分の間で嘘をついて逃げていただけ。
Yeah, every time he asked me, I said no, saying I was part of the Dawn, but okay, this is a weird line. Okay. But yeah, I'm sure it was just because I was, lying about being my sister and I was running away.
でも遠い東方の地で私はある人に出会った。
Oh god, now we're talking about the other nothing
人
character.
たちから託された思いを背負って決して逃げずに先頭に立
But
って戦う
far
道
in
を
the east,
選んだ。
I met someone who chose to stand up and fight, never turning his back except for the part where he turned his back and ran away. Yeah, carrying the wishes and memories entrusted to him by his friends and allies. Talking about Hien, who didn't do any of those things actually.
と今度は私の番なんだ。
And now it's my turn.
覚悟は決めたつもり。でも仲間の命を預かるからには自分自身の目で敵を見極めたい。ちゃんと戻ってくるから行かせて、ナーゴ。
Yeah, I've made up my mind. I want to go see what we're up against with my own eyes. You know, because my friends, allies' lives are hanging in the balance, or in my hands. I'll come back. So please, you have to let me go, Nago.
アラミ5解放軍の今後については了解した。だが、立て続けに指揮官を失わせるわけにはいかんからな。俺を、偵察への同行を頼めるか?
Okay. See, there's been a change in leadership in the Alamigo Liberation Army, or like, I've understood the change in leadership. Yada yada. Yeah, however, we cannot afford to lose another commander so soon. Can I ask you to join? Okay, so we're going babysitting. 仕方ないな。リセのことを任せろ。Your two options are, yeah, I'll make sure Lisa is okay, and I mean, fuck if I have to. I'll go with fuck if I have to.
手数をかけるな。では、リセとオレオによる偵察の結果を待ってから今後の戦術を決めるぞ。
Okay. Don't, okay, sure. 手数をかけるの。Don't get in too much trouble. Okay, let's, we'll be waiting for the results of your reconnaissance. Decide what we're gonna be doing. What sort of strategy we'll be implementing. Sure, let's go.
いつもだけど、ごめん
Speed it up a little bit.
巻き込んじゃって。
Yeah, I'm sorry I dragged you into this, but I'm glad you
整理なんて
said you
つい
come
て
with
ない
me.
けど全力で臨みたいんだ。自分なりにではあるけどね。
Yeah, you know, my head's a mess right now, but I want to do whatever I can. You know, as me. Yo, what up?
よし、偵察に出発しよう。
We're in fairly skim mode at the moment.
ちょうどいい場所があるんだ。
This section of the story is dragging. Okay, yeah, let's get to scouting. There's yeah, it's the roulette system actually does work very well for going through the main story and everything. And for as much as I've been bitching about the story in this stream, this game's really fucking good. The English translation, not so much.
ニュンクレフの箱舟っていう昔の船が岩山の上にあってね。そこならかなり見通しがいいんだ。
Okay. Yeah, there's an old ship called Newcliff's Ark on a rocky hill overlooking the base. It's a good vantage point. Sure.
私たちはこの場で帰りを待っています。
Be waiting
どうかお気
here.
をつけて。
We'll be waiting for you to get back. Be careful out there.
箱舟があるのは断崖絶壁で登れるところが限られて
Okay.
いるんだ。
Ark's on
地
a
図に印をつけて
bluff,
お
only a
く
few
から
places you can climb up. Good thing I've got flying unlocked. Yeah, like all of the stuff works just fine. The purpose of this whole stream though is that the English translation for this game is real dog shit. So it's like, I would still recommend the game to basically anybody, but holy shit, the English is bad. Like, at the very least, turn on Japanese audio. Like, do not play this game in English with English audio. And if you know any language other than English, play the game in that. Like, French, German, anything.
お待たせって、まさかゴーレムに襲われたの？大昔の防衛機構がまだ生きていたなんて。
Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. Wait, you got attacked by a golem? I wouldn't have thought that the old defense mechanism would still be running.
でも、おかげで安全が確保できたみたい。それじゃあ、気合い入れて登りますか。
It's that bad. It's that bad. I would call it, This game's translation is the worst translation I've ever seen for any piece of media. It's worse than ones that are just, like, completely incomprehensible, because this shit's done, like, maliciously. Yeah, but thanks to that, it looks like this place has been, kept safe and sound all this time, so yeah, let's get to climbing. Yay. I have flight unlocked. I'm just gonna fly up there. I'll do this quest and then call it a day. Afterwards. This is just gonna be another entire Lise. This is just gonna be a Lise monologue quest, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you know, looks like, yeah, climbing a sheer cliff face like that really takes it out of you.
これはね、第6零歳の時、人々を大洪水から救うために作られた伝説の船なんだ。荒れ狂う海からこんな山中まで魔法で転移してきたんだって。
I'm sorry, what? Wait, what? Yeah, this is a ship that was built to save people from the Great Flood during the Sixth Calamity. Yeah, it was magically transported from the raging seas to this mountaintop.
どんな時代にも誰かを助けたいっていう純粋な思いで行動する人がいて、
I'm sorry, what?
嘘みたいなことを成し遂げる。この船は
Who did
そ
it?
の証なんだ。
Okay, I guess it's a, yeah, you know, that it's a symbol that no matter the era, there will be people who act with a genuine selfless desire to save others. こういう嘘みたいなことを成し遂げる。You know, that sometimes they can make the impossible possible. You know, this boat is proof of that.
あなたはどうなのかなってふと思うことがあるの。周囲が勝手にあなたを英雄と呼んで期待を一身に受けて。でも良いことだけじゃなく大変なことも多かったはず。
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is okay, yeah, it's a boat. You know, yeah, sometimes I wonder about you as well. You know, everyone around you calls you a hero and places all of these impossible expectations on you, but you know, it hasn't just been success after success. There's been hard times as well.
そんな中でも全てを飲み込んで前へ進むあなたに出会って生き方を変えていく人がたくさんいた。もちろん私もね。
I do love when the OCR just gives up. It is very funny. Okay, so this is a really long run-on sentence. So, but, you know, in those times, right, or those, you know, there were plenty of people who, after seeing you, you know, take on everything that was thrown at you and keep forging forward no matter what. You know, there were plenty of people who saw that and ended up changing who they were. You know, like, completely ended up, like, changing themselves. There's a better way to word that, but, and then she says, you know, of course, you know, me, you know, including me.
私はドマにとっての飛燕にはなれない。
Yeah, you know, I can't be like Hien was for Doma. Yeah, but the problem is that if you're going to be bringing up, like, lore important things, you need to bring it up in points where it actually matters. Or, you needed to have this concept be brought up earlier, so that it's a callback. If you just dump lore on people without any sort of context, nobody's gonna remember it or care. It's just gonna be like, oh, okay. That's a thing, alright. Like, just in terms of writing. And usually they're very good about doing that, but Stormblood is kind of the exception. You know, but I've got friends to fight alongside me and, you know, you as well.
俺を、私、戦い抜いてみせるよ。
Yeah. Or like, you know, I'll show you. I'll keep fighting until the bitter end. Yeah, like, they just kind of like, say, oh yeah, the ship got transported here. Wait, what? I'm just like, wait, what do you mean? I want to know about that now. I don't give a shit about anything that Lisa is saying, just tell me about that ship. Yeah, from here you can see the absolute devastation that happened in Svegula. If I had been standing in just a few feet, yeah, if I'd been standing in just a slightly different spot or been somewhere just at a slightly different time, then it would have been me who died instead of Conrad.
味方ごと砲撃するなんて。
Yeah, but I just can't imagine, like, indiscriminately. Yeah, like this sort of indiscriminate attack.
見て、あの煙。やっぱり何かあったんだ。
Yeah, look at that smoke. I knew something happened.
あの様子じゃ、まだしばらくはカノン砲も撃てないはず。
Yeah, from the looks of it, yeah, they shouldn't be able to. That cannon should be out of operation for a while.
箱舟が大勢の人を生かすため善意で作られたものなら、あの帝国の基地は誰も救わず、誰も幸せにしない悪意の結晶。
Okay. で作れるものなら。Okay, this is a semi-okay line. This is like, yeah, if this arc was built as like the physical representation of goodwill to save lives, then that base over there is the physical embodiment of malice. of pure evil.
俺をあの悪意を打ち砕こう。力を合わせて。
Okay, and then that's like, I guess you would go with like, so it's up to us to take that evil down.
一人の力ではできなくとも、今の私には、あなたと旅の仲間、それに、コンラッドの思いを継いだ、解放軍のみんながいるから。
Okay. Yeah, even if I can't do it alone, you know, I've got you and everybody else we've met on our journeys, and all of the Liberation Army that are going to take up, you know, Conrad's dream. Mostly you mean me. Mostly you mean me. You mean mostly me.
見たことを伝えなくちゃ。
Yeah, let's go. We have to tell them what we saw here. Yeah, we have to tell them. Okay. People told me that she gets written out of the story and that moment cannot come soon enough.
立て続けに砲撃されなかったのは、やっぱりトラブルが原因だったんだ。
トラブルが原因だった。トラブルが原因だった。Okay, why are you using トラブル? Yeah, I knew it. So the reason why that shelling stopped was because there was some sort of trouble. There was some sort of problem. Also, here's another thing. Here's another thing. Here's another thing for localization. Notice she said トラブル. She said trouble, but in katakana. And that word isn't being used right. Like, you wouldn't use that word that way in English, but you do use that word that way in Japanese. It's a loan word, so it's not necessarily used the same. So saying 何かのトラブルがあった, like, you would be completely justified in translating the phrase 何かのトラブルがあった to is there some sort of problem, even though the katakana loan word that they used was trouble. Because once something gets made into a loan word, it becomes part of the language. You know, just like how, like, you know how the English expression, like, you'd say, like, oh, just need to move that like a skosh to the left. The word skosh, that's taken from skoshi. That's a Japanese to English loan word. Nobody knows that that's a Japanese to English loan word. Yeah, we better get moving before the Imperials repair the cannon, right? Let me see how long the next quest is. Is Western onigiri different than Japanese? I mean, there really isn't much Western onigiri. I've gotten some, like, the only times that you can get onigiri in America are, like, at Japanese markets, and those are going to be mostly the same as onigiri, but I would never trust onigiri from anybody who isn't, like, if some random place was like, oh yeah, dude, we've got onigiri. You never heard somebody say skosh? It's, I believe that might be more of like the, it's more of like an East Coast thing. Like, you know, if you're in New York, you'll hear it. Let's head back to Alagiri. We need to tell Raban what we saw. Also, if you're looking for it, it's S-K-O-S-H. it is a term. It has fallen out of favor, but if you like, you go into like a New York deli, you're gonna hear it, potentially. Decent shot. But I mean, it's a legitimate loanword. Not super common, but it is one. But you know, so people using it in English, doesn't matter if they're not using it in the way that you would use it in Japanese. Loanwords just become their own thing. That's one of the more interesting things. Is like they said, kanon ho, which technically is like cannon gun, but they're using a loan word. You could just say cannon in English. Like, yes, it is Japanese. It's not Yiddish. Came over after World War II. Either World War II or Korea. Yeah, that must have been difficult. Yeah, please, begin with your report. Black smoke could be seen rising from the cannon at Castramavania. The cause of it is still unknown. However, I believe that the black smoke is related to why they were unable to continue their shelling. Meaning that our assault on Castramavania should happen as soon as physically possible. Okay, here's another one. Here's another case where the MTL actually did something pretty right. So yeah, we can't rule out the possibility that this smoke is another trap, deception from the Imperials. However, yeah, we can't afford to just sit on our hands and pass up a once in a lifetime chance. So, two things. The turn of phrase here, where he said, like, this is a thing that will come around, like, once in 1,000 years. And, teo komanete is to have your arms folded. Whereas in English, you would say, like, we can't afford to just sit on our hands. So that's actually good localization. Right? Like, when you're talking about localization, talk about stuff like that. Like, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. We can't afford to just sit on our hands and let it pass us by. Like, that's rough as fuck, but, you don't just say, like, we can't afford to just stand here with our arms folded and let a once-in-a-1,000-year opportunity slip past us. Considering that if they would have fired again, the damage would have been immense. The possibility that this is a intentional deception is low. Man. Okay, yeah, then... Yeah, in order to be absolutely certain, we'll sneak in. We'll send in a small group of soldiers to infiltrate and take control of the control room for the cannons. Using the interim where the enemy forces are going to be primarily focused on repairs.
仮に黒煙が欺瞞工作だとしても、管制室さえ抑えればカノン砲を封じることができる。あとは一気に本体が接近し、敵拠点を制圧するという流れです。
Even if this black smoke is an intentional deception, once we have control, once we've seized the control room, we'll be able to prevent them from using the cannon regardless. As following that, our main forces will advance and take control of the enemy base.
どうやって強固な防衛陣を敷く敵施設に潜り込むのです？
How exactly do you intend to sneak into a heavily fortified enemy base?
スペキュラ・インペラトリスとカストルム・アバニアの間にそれらの施設で働く者のためのラジアタという集落がある。
Yeah, there's a settlement called Rajiata between Specula Imperatus and Castrum Avenia for those who work in the facilities.
ラジアタには私が極秘作戦でアラミゴに潜入していた頃から幾人か諜報員を残してあってな。彼らに接触し侵入ルートを確保するのだ。
Yeah, I have several spies in Rajiata for stop. What does he want? Yeah, Arami. Oh, okay. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, I have a few agents, like spies left over in Rajiata. In order to facilitate such a potential infiltration if needed. Yeah, I'll get in contact with them and secure a infiltration route.
なら、その潜入の役目は土地勘のあるアラミゴ解放軍に任せてくれないかな。もちろん、私が指揮を取るよ。
So then, could you leave the role of infiltration to the Almigo Liberation Army then? We're quite knowledgeable of the area, and of course I'll be participating personally.
なら、オレオ、アリゼー、我々も行かないか？リセを支援したいと思うんだ。
Yeah, so then, Warrior of Light, Alize, how about we go too? We should be there to support Dise. Back her up.
目立つ我々よりは適任か。すまないが、また貴様たちに頼らせてもらうぞ。
Yes, certainly you would all be far better suited for the job than myself. My apologies, but I'll seem I'm going to have to rely on your help again.
我々はカノン砲を抑えたことを確認次第。
Wait, that was they actually made a joke. They actually made a joke, and yeah, let me check. Yeah, the English, they didn't do the joke. Like, the Japanese, they're, like, you could definitely translate the joke more straight up, but Rawan did say, like, yeah, you guys would be better suited to that than me. I would stick out like a sore thumb. And, like, yeah, you look at him, I don't think this guy's going on a sneaking mission. He did just kind of say, like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be going out on any sneaking missions. I mean, look at me. Yeah, we'll have our forces ready to move as soon as we can confirm that you've secured the cannon. Okay, that's a good spot to actually end this one
私
on.
も今回の帝国軍のやり口には思うところがある。アリ勢に感化されたわけではないが、頭よりも先に手足を出したくなるほどにね。
今回の帝国軍のやり口には思いところがある。Yeah, you know, I've got my own thoughts about how the Empire is acting this time, but what is it? It's not like Olize is rubbing off on me or anything. Yeah, but you know, I kind of this time I want to think before, or I want to move before thinking. You know, kind of like move first, think later.
それに、潜入先であるカストルム・アバニアは、ギラバニア山岳地帯最大の帝国軍拠点だ。拉致されたクルルさんが囚われている可能性もあると思う。
Yeah. Also, Avania, the place that we're going to be breaking into, is the largest imperial base in the Giravanian mountain range. Therefore, it's highly likely that if Kururu is being held anywhere, it would be there.
前に歩み出たリセを支え、アラミゴと大切な仲間を奪還するためにも、全力でこの任務を果たそうじゃないか。
Yeah, let's do our best to back up Dise, take back Alamigo, and rescue Kururu. Sound good? He ends that with, 全力でこの任務を出そうじゃないか. Like he's like going like, yeah, let's do it. Let's fucking go. Fired up. He's being like, this is a bit of characterization for Alfino that isn't usually done. Like he kind of drops the analytical thing and is like, all right, let's do it. Right? Like he's perfectly capable of doing that, of just kind of stepping up and going, all right, bro, let's go. Time to throw down. It's a good bit of character development for him, where he's simultaneously getting more competent, but also getting more willing to say, all right, fuck it, we just gotta go. But yeah, good times. I cannot fucking believe the Kami-sama line. That one just has, I'm still fucked up about that. That one's hilarious. But yeah, I'll see you nerds on Wednesday. Yeah, peace.